just wanna party in a fast car, a Ferrari. It's a push start, I don't need a car key. Slide on Broadway, and it's gnarly on a late night, but I'm not tardy. Right on time for the parties and Barbies. Strolling with a truck of green like a golf swing. Hey, 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 hey. Bottles on ice, mess around these skates. Hey, hey, hey. If I gotta say it twice, then I got nothing to say. It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. I hope you're all here for the ride. Come inside, cause it's going down tonight. Only here for one night, no lies. Come and saddle up a ride. Come and kiss me up, it's going down like a train with no brakes, I'm not slowing down. See us showing up, we're showing out. But I pack it in till they kick us out. I'm no Nell in them, I'm a lunatic. It's no telling them when I get loose a bit. Got my babe, my boo, she cute and shh. And they serve me straight, need no juice and shh. Hey, 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 hey. Bottles on ice, mess around these skates. Hey, hey, hey. If I gotta say it twice, then I got nothing to say. It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. I hope you're all here for the ride. Come inside, cause it's going down tonight. Only here for one night, no lies. Come and saddle up a ride.
Good morning, Cooterville. Welcome back to Every Day with Jay. It's good to see you guys this morning. Thanks for joining me on my second channel. My first channel is Jay is for Justice. If you're not subbed up, we're going to be following true crime and trials in 2026. Oh, your husband's dancing to the music. I like it. I like it. Good morning. Good morning, Basia. Good morning, Sin. Good morning, Vogue Mod. Thank you for coming in this morning. Good morning, Angie B. Hey, Nanya. How are all the cooters and reverters? We are so good. Yep, I'm a threat to the Florida market. A fret.
This is fucking crazy, yo.
I love you guys. Good morning, Scotland. Good afternoon, Scotland. Bloom Flower Bar just dropped 5 on us. Thank you so much. Let's welcome in our new cooter friends. KM, Star Winners, Diana, Cassie, not Casey, Cape. Welcome to Cooterville. Thank you so much, Bloom.
She says, welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
Hi, Stay Humble. Hi, Dee 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 Dee. Hi, Groovy. Good morning, Ranny. Those of you, hey, Hex.
Just help a brother out here.
So, if you guys, thank you for subscribing, Beth and the Daring Dachshunds. Fro and Row, the Daring Danish Dachshunds. Hey, Monica. Hey, UK people. Speech Bubbles, good to see ya. Mama Bear, good morning. If you joined me last night for our little chat and chill, that was really fun. Thank you. I love just being able, like someone said, no bells and whistles, just chatting. So after our live last night, we did a kind gesture. Tintin, good evening, Germany. I now belong to your evening routine. Yay! I love it. Ginny Quilted, good morning. Kathy and Miss Ellie. Can you guys let me know if Emmy Joe comes in the chat? Emmy Joe. Emmy Joe. I want to give Emmy Joe a fist pump. Jay Unplugged. Yes. Yes. Next time, can we have dash cam when you go to the store? Sure. We should have done that. The ending was epic. So we're going to revisit the ending. Do you guys want to? So if you weren't there, hang on. I got the whole thing pulled up here. Okay. So we've got Trisha, an insightful one. We did a nice gesture. Hi, Maria. Good morning. Hello, Snaz. Hey, Jen. Okay, so we redirected over to, hey, Kylie. I hope you feel better. We redirected over to Trisha. I think we had about 300 or 400 people. And hi, Cajun Princess. Good morning. And no thanks needed. Krish's under Krisha is great. So we redirected, and Trisha was mid talking about Ramsey. And we kind of rudely interrupted her little Ramsey thing. But I want you guys to see the chat because the cooters were funny. I was sitting back. I was like, oh my God, you guys are hilarious. Y'all were like, Banfield forever. We're here for Banfield. Jay sent us. Banfield rules. We support Banfield. Ramsey is innocent. All these crazy things. And they were like, there's trolls. And at first, Trisha's like, get rid of them. Just get rid of them. And then she realized there was just too many. There was just too many cooters. And she succumbed and had a discussion with us. I actually ended up chatting in there. So let's watch how it all went down, shall we? This is it on the screen. She did not implode. So you guys be the judges.
Your hat might have hair on it as well, or fibers.
So this is when the cooters come in a couple seconds here.
I didn't quite.
The first comment is Monica C. Shout out to Monica C. Yeah, leave Ramsey alone. Monica C. says, Every Day with Jay sent me and Banfield.
I grasped it the first time I read it.
And I didn't tell anybody what to say. Everybody was on their own. She's like, if people tell you to come over to someone's live and say something, don't do it. I didn't tell anybody to say anything. But keep your eye on the chat.
When it says it's my professional opinion that the UM1 DNA profile is not offender DNA, rather it is innocent, quote, DNA transferred from the soiled paintbrush. So not only are they saying the offender didn't leave DNA, but they are saying that the UM1 profile, which we talked about the other night,
look at the chat. I love Ashley
DNA. So basically, they're trying to explain away whoever's DNA that is. Think about that.
Nobody said yikes.
Yeah, exactly. And what the hell?
And look how mean.
Yeah.
Look how mean her. Look at Bipolar Express. Trisha, I sent you tons of viewers. We had a nice discussion. Look at Bipolar Express. Every Day with Jay is a garbage channel. I resent that. I resent being called a garbage channel. And you know what? I'm tired of people thinking that covering Laura and Matthias is garbage or drama. Because it's not. The reason that I'm covering Laura and Matthias every fucking chance I get is because of how she victimized victims. Because of how she utilized the court system and law enforcement to try to throw Christina in jail for something she didn't do. That's why. This isn't drama. We may laugh, we may clown on them, but at the end of the day, that's the reason we're doing this. This isn't for shits and giggles. If it was for shits and giggles, I would have done it before the 9-hour live. Right? Because I've never liked her. I've never cared for Lauren Matthias or John. And I have people that can back me up on that. So I just want to make that clear that this is not drama. This is not a drama channel. This is a commentary and opinions channel. And if you don't like my commentary or my opinions, you can shove it. But for Bipolar Express there to say, I'm a garbage channel and they don't delete that, rude. Like, very rude. I don't say Trisha's a garbage channel. Even though she could be labeled that after all her antics.
So I get, again, you guys, this
She's
is
all
just
flustered.
Nuts. I don't understand why people are believing this. You know, I just don't get it. But they are, and what can you do? You know, what can you do? So anyway, yeah, I understand. I see that, Lynn Jen. I'm taking care of it. Mods, go ahead and take care of that, okay? But yeah, so
you can't
anyway,
take care of us. There's too many.
Just if you see this on Facebook, please, everybody, don't believe it, because again,
thank you, Tracy.
If there was an
everybody.
intruder, there would be other. Just because they're wearing gloves doesn't mean that they are that they didn't leave DNA.
We believe Ashley.
It's crazy. It's just crazy. You guys, you know what? Forget about it. Just ignore those people. Just ignore them, because I don't care. Anyway, so the good news is that
she saw her numbers
a
go
lot of
up.
sensible
She's like,
people
it's all
look
good.
at this and realize
let them
what it
stay.
is. And I'm hoping the people that make comments under this Facebook story will
Olga, welcome to Cooterville.
use a little common sense and realize that a
Welcome to
lot
Cooterville.
of criminals
Everybody
have
close
used
your legs.
gloves, and they've still left DNA. You know, they've still left DNA. So always remember that, people. Just because somebody is wearing gloves does not mean that they won't leave DNA.
I think some people started getting
crazy.
deleted.
It's absolutely crazy. So anyway.
Yeah,
there's Austin.
Doesn't quite make sense at all.
No,
So,
it doesn't.
Not with the DNA part. It does.
I'm going to
explain
speed her up a
fingerprints,
little bit.
but no.
Yeah, exactly. And that would explain why there are no fingerprints on the ransom note. If the intruder wrote the ransom note, they would explain that. So, but
And then the other part, remember, if you want to touch on it yet or not,
Mhm.
about stuff brought to the crime scene, that part.
oh yeah, let's talk about that. Go ahead. Go ahead and start that. Okay.
Yeah. So.
Oh, there's their mod. Just showing the childish behavior. I think it's pretty childish to get a redirect and let someone in your chat say that the channel that redirected 400 people to you is a garbage channel. I think that's absolutely immature, Lynn Jen.
Where they said there was stuff brought to the crime scene. Okay.
Mhm.
First of all, we don't know if anything was brought
Look at that
to
one.
the crime scene. What we
Drop
do
Dead
know
Serious,
is there were things
299K
used
subs.
from the house, including the paper for the ransom letter. So you would think
Yes.
10
somebody
months,
coming to do
Beavis.
this kidnapping for this large sum of money
Thank you for your support.
would be prepared. For example, have written a ransom note out carefully, strategically, before bringing it with them to commit this crime.
And then here's this Maine Coon mama, Nicole. I have no idea why people are so cruel. Do y'all not have a life? Must not, laughing face. No one was even cruel. We literally redirected and said, Banfield, that was it. That's cruel. Now it's cruel to say we support Banfield and to have an opinion. Okay, web sleuths. Get it together, Trisha. Get it together.
She's got her shit together.
Mhm.
Secondly, they wouldn't leave the note and the body in the house when clearly
Exactly.
they wouldn't.
If
get the
Banfield
money.
went live,
Right.
yes.
She's deceased. It's no longer kidnapping for ransom, and that's
Hey,
just one
Silver
reason.
Fox.
But there's also a couple of things that he might be referring to that they didn't find the source for, which
Mhm.
that's easily explained.
Right. Exactly.
Oh,
There was
shut up.
and so one of the
I
Ramsey
love Drop Dead
relatives was
Serious,
Patsy's
too.
sister.
Hmm. Yes, it was Patsy's sister Pam.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, and what she did was the DA
Let me
gave
speed
her
it up
permission
more.
to go into the Ramsey house and grab a few things because the Ramseys never went back to that house. They flew off to Atlanta. Well, she went in there and she
Look, my mod Sin even says, give Trisha a like. And I get called a garbage channel? F y'all. And then look at my other mod, Kels. Have a great night. Just wanted to stop in and say hi. They are, you know what? I am owed an apology and a thank you for the redirect. Oh, this is Summer. Summer Lou. Summer. That's Summer.
she took like everything, like John's golf clubs, and brought out a ton of crap, basically loaded up.
Mrs. Long, welcome to Cooterville.
That crap. And here's the thing: people are like, well, they didn't find the rope, they didn't find the tape. Well, guess what? It could so easily have been put in there. You know, so easily. It could have been put in anything that she brought out. Hell, John Ramsey could have put it in his suitcase.
Hey, Eddie.
You know, the thing is,
no one
they
was
bring
rude.
Out this information. Like, okay, so where is
Salty
the tape?
sleuth in the
Where
house. What's
is
up, girl?
The rope. I don't know. Maybe John Ramsey had it in his coat pocket. Those are little things, you know, very, very little things. So anyway, so that's, you know, again, it's just, you guys, it's just common sense. It really is. I just
hey,
can't.
bada bing.
I don't know. I really, really want you guys to if you read this stuff, this is what worries me, Stacey, is that people read this stuff and they believe it, you know.
She pins my comments.
And you just can't, okay?
Some
Again, we don't, it's not like we have any magical powers to
Holy
figure this out. It's common sense.
nuts. Y'all, we just got 50 gifted from Mrs. Long. Thank you so very much. 50. She dropped 50 on Cooterville. Happy New Year. Shaking those bushes hard. Holy cow, thank you. It's going to be like so green in here. What's up, Goosey? Thank you so much, Mrs. Long. 50, that is huge. Damn. We got so much support here. Thank you so much. Gosh, that was really nice. Thank you. Miss Long with the long generosity. Thank you, Miss Long.
If they couldn't find the tape, or
is Mrs. Long like, is she our McSpunky? The mysterious Mrs. Long. She's given memberships in other chats. Mrs. Long is our McSpunky. We're gonna have to get Miss Long a song. It's time to get funky. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
The rope used. Why does that prove an intruder? You know, Pam Pa went in there with the DA's permission and literally loaded up a whole bunch of stuff, including John's golf clubs.
Oh my gosh, 51 because Mrs. Long actually joined herself. Thank you so much, Mrs. Long. Welcome in. Thank you again.
Those two items, the rope and the tape, could easily be put somewhere else. Again, all of this is white noise, people. You've just got to remember that when you look at the...
Lynn Jen says, my toddler grandchildren behave better than some of our visitors. We were nice over there, Trisha. I suggest you reread your chat and make better decisions.
Just help a brother out here.
Patsy wrote the note. Everything, and then that makes everything go away, doesn't it, Stacey? It really does.
It does, because, you know, Patsy's not going to write a note for an intruder that came in and killed her child.
Exactly. And Mitch Riles says, okay, if you go by logic, how are you going to present that evidence in court? You're not. There's never going to be, there's never going to be a court case, okay? Never. Absolutely never going to be a court case. So, that's one thing that again, I don't think anybody
McSpunky showed up at the end. I missed the spunkster.
Since this first, well, maybe after a couple of years,
Mrs. Long in
people thought there's no way this will ever go to court. However, the grand jury, remember,
by the way, my son is in Texas right now, and I need you guys to do me a favor and vote. You can only vote once, but if you haven't voted for my son, I just put the poll. It's just a quick poll. Please choose Ryan Hines. Let's get him up there. I think he's like 4th place. He's doing a competition, and that is like a poll to predict who will win. So yeah, if you guys could hit Ryan Hines real quick and let's boost him up there. Thank you so much in advance.
Ramsey's, and yeah, and exactly. See this? I don't think there'll ever be an arrest. And yes, JDR, we need to see the grand jury transcript.
I sat here and I watched. I don't know where I actually comment. Let's move forward because she starts going on about the handwriting analysis, and I think that's when I chimed in.
Exact same amount of the rope, I believe.
Look at Neil Campbell says, woot woot, Friday night numbers will be fire. I mean, yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, so, and another thing, the high-tech boot print, well, it's only half a boot print, and the grand jury, supposedly, according to the grand jurors that were interviewed, that Burke Ramsey said he had high-tech boots. Again, everything can be explained. Everything can be explained. So, yeah, thank you, Bipolar Express, thank you, exactly, guys. So, anyway, again, Stacey, I don't think these new people have ever heard the indictment from the grand jury. And by the way,
these new people, she's talking about us.
One of those very rare cases where the grand jury didn't.
No, she can't access because she pinned my comments. Thank you, Amy.
Just hear the prosecution side. They heard the Ramseys' best evidence of an intruder, with their investigator and John Douglas testifying on their behalf to tell the grand jury that there was an intruder.
The link works.
And boy, they did present the best evidence they had of an intruder, and the grand jury still indicted the Ramseys. Do you have that handy, my darling?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, thank you. If you could, that would be great.
Yes, and there's
okay, I'm going to skip Stacey.
December 20, attention crime after 1996 and being resulted.
Very rare. And
I held back as long as I could.
Person, meaning
one party
state. Thank you. All you need is one party to record it. I've never played it.
Here she is. She goes on about her behavior.
What do you think? You know what he said? And I'm paraphrasing. He said, well, I think they were just tired and hungry and they wanted to go home. So they just hurried and voted to indict us. That's what he said. Then, when I met him again this last time, I asked him the same question again. And he started to say the same thing again. And I reminded him that, no, Lou Smith presented his intruder. And then he said something about the way it was worded. I don't know. I'd have to get my transcript out because I did record it. And now Colorado is a one-state person, meaning one party state. Thank you. All you need is one party to record it. I've never played it because I don't feel it would be right to play because I didn't ask his permission. But the only reason I recorded it was so I could type out the transcript so I would know exactly what was said.
It's your personal recollection, which a lot of people are allowed to do. So. And
you're allowed to do it. And I didn't record his presentation at all. It was when I was having a one-on-one conversation with him. And so I didn't hide it at all. And now I didn't tell him I've got my recorder on, I got my phone on in my purse, and I made a joke. Good God.
Was it the one-party state? You don't have to.
Yeah, one-party state. You don't have to say anything. What that means is only one person needs to...
See her defending? Do you see her defending? You still recorded. This is where I piped in. She recorded in an area of CrimeCon that you aren't supposed to be recording in. That's what she's failing to recognize. She won't recognize it.
To know you're being recorded. So, that's why. And I came back and I made a joke, and I said, yeah, I accidentally left my phone on. Really? Yeah.
We know that was a joke. Yeah.
Everybody knows that was a joke. So anyway.
A joke?
So there you go. There's the grand jury. So Rich Riles, please don't go around and say that, because that's not true in this case, okay? Do you really think that people like myself and Cynic and Cotton Star and Stacy would spend all this time...
Cotton Star? Do you really think that people like me, Cynic, Cotton Star, and Stacy would waste our time on some... Yes, I do. Yes, I do. You have a one-track mind. He's number 2 now. Whoop, whoop. Ryan Hines. Vote for Ryan Hines if you have not. I think you can only vote once. But thank you. He's number 2. Woohoo! I knew the Cooters could do it. I have a Cooter chat from Miss Flo. It hasn't come through yet because of the 50 Cooter ships that are still working their way through the system. But I wanted to acknowledge Flo's Cooter chat. She said, I'm sorry I've been absent. Mary is so sick. We send our love. She has the super flu. Meds and treatments working. Wanted to send love. Thank you, Flo. It's going to read now.
Sorry I've been absent. Mary is so sick. We send our love. She has the super flu. Meds and treatments working. Wanted to send so love.
We love you, Flo, and I hope Mary's feeling better. I hope you don't get it, Flo. Hope you don't get it. Thank you so much for your Cooter chat. And thank you guys for voting for Ryan. I appreciate it.
If we hadn't heard every single argument for the intruder, and we can very easily just demolish it. And here's the thing. Whatever happened that night, it was, I believe it was an accident. And if it had just been left alone, I don't think I would have cared. I mean, I would have cared that nobody had been brought to justice or whatever. But
you guys are awesome.
Into it. But the thing that started to happen was they started to blame innocent people. And they started to say innocent people were the intruder. People like Chris Wolf, look that name up. Other people like Stephen Gigax, look that name up. People that had nothing to do with this, but their lives got destroyed because the Ramseys decided to name them as possible suspects. And that's when I started just to look things up and to keep track of things. And we had a small forum called Forums for Justice, and then eventually moved over to websleuths. So anyway, that's the scoop. And he is still now, John Ramsey is presented at CrimeCon like a rock star. And I will admit, he's a very nice man. He is very friendly. And, but what he presents at CrimeCon is so far from the truth, and nobody challenges him. And it's not just, this isn't just my opinion. You know, and again, guys, I'm a nobody. I'm just, and I don't mean that in a negative sense. I'm not like an investigative journalist or a scientist. And no, I just have a stack of the facts. And I would love to sit down with him and say, okay, here's a fact. Can you answer this? Mr. Ramsey,
I'm skipping
that they have been doing these tests. They've been testing all kinds of things. I don't know why, but they have been. Okay. That's what you have to remember. So,
right. And also, so when you say people weren't identified, for example,
did I get blocked?
Then you have to go in, and if you're going to research this case, you have to fully research it. So if you want to understand it all, so then you have to go in and say, okay, how much DNA was found?
They're talking about all the DNA all over John Bonet, under her fingernails, on her arms, on whatever, when she was at a Christmas party with a bunch of people and little kids and at someone else's house. There's going to be unidentified DNA on her, right? But here I am. I said this child was at a Christmas party and around a lot of people.
Found what did the profile bring up? How many markers? How many alleles? How many anything? Was it a full profile? You know, can it be attached to a person or not? You know?
There you go. Exactly. And a lot of people have questions about Burke. Again, I am not even suggesting that Burke had anything to do with this. In Colorado at the time, a person of Burke's age could not be charged with a crime. So, yeah, exactly. Well, Mary Lacey said that the DNA could be an artifact. If you're not, if you don't remember that, I can bring that. Thank you, Porter. Yeah, we'll play the video right now. Porter, thank you. I love Porter. Well, I love all our Mad Chatters, and I love our new Mad Chatters. Welcome. I'm so happy you're here. Dr. Henry Lee said in his opinion that the
she's really happy that you guys were there. Did you hear excitement in her voice?
Unidentified DNA were likely an artifact of the manufacturer. Exactly. So let me pull up these videos.
Happy New Year, Lily B.
Here's Mary Lacey. And this is, remember, Mary Lacey cleared the Ramseys in that letter. She was with the district attorney, not with the Boulder police. But here's what she said about clearing people. Are you ready? Stacey, are you ready?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we're ready.
Here we go.
Terms
out there
God. Beyond a
and then this one, she plays this clip, right? It's like 30 seconds long. I wanted her to play the whole context of the clip. Like, what did this reporter ask? This lady's bangs get on her whole head. It's like, looks like one of those little people, like, or the Lego hair. They just clicked it right on her head.
reasonable
But I asked for context. They got mad at me.
doubt. And I don't think you will get any fact where there's a conviction in court beyond a reasonable doubt. And I don't think you will get any prosecutor, unless they were present with the person at the time of the crime, to clear someone where, like in this case, the facts are so strange.
Thank you, KM.
Obviously, the family was in the house at the time.
So I want to tell our new Mad Chatters, and again, welcome everybody. When somebody tells you to go to another channel to, state these opinions and such,
feel
free to do your research to make sure that you have the facts on your side before you come over. Here's Mary Lacey again. This is only 12 seconds. This is a good one too.
The DNA could be an artifact. It isn't necessarily the killers. And there's a probability that it's the killers, but it could be something else.
Well, I got to hear that again. It could be an artifact. What?
The DNA could be an artifact. It isn't necessarily the killers. And there's a probability that it's the killers, but it could be something
Mad
else.
Chatters.
You know what I don't hear?
What do you not hear?
All the matches. Patsy Ramsey's handwriting. Why aren't they talking about that?
Here we go.
Matches to her handwriting.
Now that's just the physical matches to her handwriting. That doesn't even consider the the wording of it. How it compares to how Patsy Ramsey words things. Again, this is my favorite one.
Yeah.
Linguistics. Thank you. That's the word I'm looking for. Thank you. Thank you. You're the Trisha whisperer. And if you know what I mean, you know exactly what I mean. But I love putting this one up. Let's see. Is this it? Yeah. Let's see. Is this it? Is that the one? No, that's not the one. Hold on. Is that the one? No, that's not the one. There it is. Okay. Again, over 240 matches to the ransom note. Nobody that they tested.
Thanks,
came
Wispy.
close
I appreciate it.
To that. 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 matches. That's it. I want you to look at the bottom here. My newfound friends. Again, so happy you're here. One of these is the ransom.
So this is what it's like, you cannot convict someone on this. I put, thank God you're not a DA. Good morning, Liz. You're up early, my dear. Ashley Banfield would have been happy you guys were there. We were supporting Drop Dead Serious. We are fans. We are fans.
Some note. Look at the very bottom. See the number 8? One is the ransom note, and one is Patsy Ramsey's. And you're saying, but so big deal. They write the number 8 the same. Doesn't everybody? That isn't the number 8. That's a small Q. The ransom note writer wrote a small Q like a number 8. And Patsy Ramsey writes her small Q
Convict
like
him.
number 8.
Throw him in jail.
Look at the P above it. That little square box looks like a little flag. Same thing with the ransom note. And the O. See
We
how the O
did,
has a little
Judy.
tail there?
I'm
It's kinda
proud
hard
of
to see. Has a little tail.
Cooterville.
The ransom note has a little tail. And so does Patsy Ramsey's, has a little tail.
Good morning, PJ.
It's amazing. We could just go on and on and on. But I think our new
On
mirrors
and
like that.
on and
Well,
on.
and that's the thing.
What's up, Piggy?
So if you want the truth, don't go by what anybody says.
Oh.
Look up the evidence for yourself.
Mhm.
Oh, really, Stacy? I put check out the Zell brothers for truth. Don't go by what anybody says. Go by the evidence. Dude, there hasn't been much evidence released in this case. I mean, for real. What kind of evidence do you think that we're going to be able to read that is going to conclude that they did it? Because if the evidence concluded that they did it, they would have been charged. Oh, just go by the evidence. Just go by the evidence and you'll know. No, you won't. Because if the evidence existed, they would have charged someone. I mean,
My recommendation.
But look up sources. Don't go by just us
That's
and
what
other YouTubers.
exactly.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I said the evidence, the documentation. And there are so many documents. I mean, the autopsy reports out there. There's things that can be cleared up by reading that. The lab reports are out there. Everything's out there. Candy Rose is an amazing site that will have so much documentation, photos, and information.
get your info from Candy Rose. Go by the facts, y'all. Go to Candy Rose. The fuck is Candy Rose? Why should I trust Candy Rose? I can trust Candy Rose, but you guys can't open your mind to the Zell brothers? Come on. Stacy's dad has got it going on. Stacy's dad was a cop sheriff. I'm sure she's never walked off the straight line beneath her feet. Did not know that. Hey, Kalina.
Right,
And,
exactly.
So,
And don't go to podcasts, people. Don't go to podcasts. Go to the reports.
documents. Yep.
Exactly.
Oh, yep. But go to Candy Rose. Don't go to podcasts. Don't go to YouTubers. And I put down here, the Zell brothers aren't YouTubers. The Zell brothers aren't podcasters. They've researched this case from the beginning. They've actually been there. They've met with people. They've talked to people. Trisha. Candy Rose is her OnlyFans name, Trisha. Candy Rose. Could you imagine?
Documents. That
Luna
clears
Blue-
up everything. Yeah.
Luna Blue is right. I'm not trying to convict anybody. I don't think there'll ever be a conviction. And I don't know who killed John Bonet. I have no
You're not trying to convict anyone, but you're running around CrimeCon with the dead mother with her handwriting analysis on your tits, recording her husband, right? But you're not trying to convict anyone. Don't sit there. We ain't stupid. We're not stupid. And just for the record, I don't believe the Ramseys are innocent of this, okay? But that has nothing to do with the issue at hand here with her.
no idea.
No, we're just discussing the evidence and what happened. That is out there in the public. Yes.
I just
The evidence and what happened that's out there to the public, that is up for what? Interpretation, right? All of this is up for interpretation. Thank you for all your votes for Ryan.
just know there was no intruder and Patsy wrote the note. And that may be all we ever actually can decide.
I
on
brought
this
up
case.
hidden
but
true
that
crime.
is actually been proven
'Cause
by
I got
the
mad.
evidence, not by us, but by the evidence. We've shown it over and over and over and over and over. So don't go to any podcast. Don't go to any brothers podcast. And I'm saying,
Don't go to any brothers podcast. You see how rude she is? The Zell brothers are very smart. They do have a very interesting angle. None of us know what happened. And here I put, why were you grilling her dad at CrimeCon then?
That not knowing what they say. I don't care if they are pro-intruder or anti-intruder. Don't go to podcasts. Go to the reports. Okay.
And she got mad at me because I said, I think something happened to her at the Christmas party at the Whites. She goes, nothing happened at the Whites. I thought her daggers were going to come out and she was like going to reach through the screen and kick my ass or like slash me.
Go to mainstream media that have published the reports. That's a good place to start. So,
and then, like we said,
mainstream media. Yeah, go to mainstream media. If you went to mainstream media for your coverage of the Watts case, you would have it all wrong. Netflix had it all wrong. Thank you, Penny. It was a great podcast.
Many times, and put links to them and chat.
Hey, Mello.
Right, exactly.
But, like I said, for a lot of documents, go to candyrose.com and right there. Is that it?
Fucking Candy Rose. Oh, she's pinned me now. Go to Candy Rose. Oh, she's mad. Look at her. She's already screaming at me. She's like, J for J.
It's candyrose.com. Every day with J for J says, you're convicting them on handwriting analysis. No, I'm not. Who am I convicting? I'm saying Patsy wrote the note.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Patsy killed John Bonet. I'm not saying who killed John Bonet. I don't know. So to say I'm convicting, see how you mix it
People
up.
Twist words. Yeah.
Twist it all up. I'm not convicting anybody.
That's, I'll just to say.
I twisted it all up? How did I twist it all up? Oh my gosh, I have to sneeze. Hold on. Oh, I hate that.
And those people that do, those are the people that don't really care.
Excuse me. Look at this one. Look at this girl. Krista Virgo. Yeah, I'm putting you on blast. Yeah, because gay for J has so much empathy. Gay for J? Is like being gay supposed to be some kind of a slam? What's that mean? Krista Virgo. Notice they didn't delete that. They let that slide too. Let that slide too. Gay for J.
About victims at all.
Thank you for the bless yous.
Causing trouble or drama. But if you actually care about the case and about the victims, then you'll stick with the facts and you don't trust other people's words. And it's quite disgusting.
Thank you, Miss Jess.
And again, people like doing the drama and come in here and think they're causing problems. You're not causing problems. I love it.
Listen, no. This isn't drama. There was no problems. I'm the one being called gay for J. I'm the one being called a garbage channel. No one in here said anything about you. We were challenging your narrative. Unbelievable, these people. I'm telling you. Unbelievable. I don't deserve
Help
that.
a brother out here.
Thank you, Miss Jess, for generously donating 5 cooter ships. We are, like over 60 cooter ships already. Just today. Thank you so much and welcome, new little coots.
She says, welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
Higgins. Why would you say that? You know what I mean? Like, ugh. Then this JDR is like, John was not grilled by Trisha at CrimeCon. It's like, we watched her tell the story. Did we not?
I think
it just shows that they have issues. So.
Yeah, exactly.
They have issues. Exactly.
So anyway, let's see here.
She didn't scream it. Did you stream at Comic-Con? I mean, not Comic-Con, CrimeCon?
No.
She called it Comic-Con. Stacy! This is where she lies. Okay. Here's where she lies.
Here.
She didn't scream it. Did you stream at Comic-Con? I mean, not Comic-Con, CrimeCon?
Comic-Con! Wow, Miss Stacy. What a producer. Cheyenne, thank you for gifting 5 more. Look at that. Tea time. We got tea time. We got Britt Ketchel, Violetta, Liz H, Janny, I missed the last one. Welcome to Cooterville.
She says, welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs.
Oh,
Everybody
Lord,
coming
Sam
in, close
Brown.
your legs.
Close your legs.
Thank you again, Miss Jess. And thank you, Cheyenne. Sam Brown, who accused you of being me.
No. Oh, well, no, wait, no. I take it back. I did do a live stream, but a bunch of people did a live stream. Vinny Politan did a live stream. I walked around with the people from our live stream. I walked around with them.
We got a Cooter chat coming in hot.
Trisha and John Ramsey sitting in a tree. KISSING.
Who did that? Who did that? Shar, I love you. I knew it was you, but I had to check. Shar, thank you for your Cooter chat. Bella wants to hear that one again.
Trisha and John Ramsey sitting in a tree. KISSING.
She even said it the way it should be said. Thank you so much, you guys. Shar, you crack me up. You never fail to make me laugh.
Talking to them. Yeah, that's what I did.
Yeah, everybody did that.
Everybody did that.
Everybody did that.
That's I saw. In fact, I was on Vinny Politan. He was doing a live stream, and I walked up like an obnoxious person, like you see on the news, going, "Hey, Vinny," I did that. So yeah, that's what I did, and so did a bunch of other people. Isn't it interesting when you hear
how
the
things
actual...
get twisted? It's so funny. Yeah, these are people also, you can tell, don't do their research. They just believe what they're told, which means they stay in
No. That's you. And that's what you want your people to do. Just believe what you tell them and stay in your little vacuum, Stacey. We're free thinkers. We're truth seekers. It's not drama to seek the truth and to correct the wrongs. Or to discuss. What's wrong with the discussion? I said down here, you recorded in an area you weren't supposed to.
Ignorance. So.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, again, I can't stress this enough. I have no idea who killed John Bonet. I just know that there was no intruder, and Patsy wrote the note. And John Ramsey knows that too, in my opinion. And when he is treated at CrimeCon like a
here's Monica, you said it on your
just
stream.
like a rock star, but he gets up there and he says things that are not true, and nobody's pushing back. And that's what's frustrating. Nobody's pushing back, and they're not letting him. So again, not convicting anybody. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, the thing is, nobody knows who did it. All we know is, what they found. Exactly. And what tests were run and the results of those tests. Nobody knows who did anything. We have no idea. And we know what the grand jury said after hearing both sides.
Exactly,
Absolutely.
Jenny.
That's right. Anybody knows that, well, there's investigators, obviously, that know more. But
every day with J for J, I don't know what you mean by that. If you go to our December 26th video, all the content is there. And if you go to the one the year before and the year before that and the year before that. So
she said that, and somebody in the chat said, "Is that the one you deleted?" What's up, Osane? Gay for J for pay for stay. What?
It's all there. I don't know what you mean by play the entire context. I don't know what you mean by that. So
I think she meant the Mary Lacey thing, but you see, here it is.
Yeah, see, she knew what I talked. Stacey, here's the thing. Do your own research. This is your research, babe. You're the one playing this clip to prove your point. Show the entire context. It's irresponsible. You shouldn't show a little clip out of context and go, "Oh, you want to know the whole context of it? Go find it yourself." Oh, it might be 30 years old. You might have to ring up HLN fucking headquarters for the archives because that shit's on tape. Oh, just, do your own research. This made me mad right here. Like, you're going to show a clip, show me the context. Don't say, "Oh, here it is out of context." Go find it yourself.
I mean by play the entire context. I don't know what you mean by that. So
I think she meant the Mary Lacey thing, but you see, here it is. That's where people need to do research. That's what we're trying to point out. Go do research.
Exactly.
Find these sources. Look at them. If you want to come and discuss the case, at least know.
No, give if you have it, give it to us in its entirety. You're just going to sit there and play a clip that fits your little narrative. Fuck that. I'm not stupid. I want to know what the reporter asked her before she said that clip. Play the question. What was it? There's nothing wrong with asking questions and asking for context, but see how people get all bent? They get all bent like, "Oh, What are you doing? Go look for yourself. La, 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 la. If they had it, they'd show it. If it didn't go along with their narrative, they're not going to show it. That's how I see it. It's just crazy. Cherry picking, yep.
Why are people such idiots?
And then these people just sit there and believe it. Trisha knows it. This is her case. That was said to me, too. I said, no one owns cases. And look at this, Krista. These are the piddly YouTubers that are just trying to get you worked up for content. Don't respond to Jay. So rude.
Know about it.
Exactly.
Or
well,
just
of course,
learn about it.
Cat for Animal 004, you're welcome here. We just don't want people being jerks in chat. That's our rule. Don't be a jerk. So, anyway. And again, it's not, this is never going to go to court. No one's ever going to be charged. It's just the truth needs to come out. And I wish the people that John Ramsey interviews with, I wish they knew enough to push back. You don't need to be rude when you push back. You just don't let them get away with it. You just keep.
Okay, so she's saying that John needed to be pushed back on at CrimeCon. And my response was this. He was invited there. He's not there to get pushback. He's there to stand there and say, yeah, my daughter was murdered and we haven't caught her murderer. Take a picture with me. Pretty much. And she says that you push back. CrimeCon is not the place to push back on anyone. That's not the venue for it. And if you think it is, misrecord behind the scenes when you're not supposed to, maybe you shouldn't be allowed there either. And I'm not saying that to be mean, but Jesus.
Wish they knew enough to push back. You don't need to be rude when you push back. You just don't let him get away with it. You just keep coming back to it until he either tells you to knock it off or refuses to answer. Right.
Yeah.
So.
And what's the point? Why do you want to get him to the point where he says, knock it off?
It out.
Good morning, Auntie Cheryl. Jay's on a roll. Jay's on a roll this morning. All right, puff, puff, pass.
And just, there's this is about John Bonet, whoever did it, regardless of who did it. It is about this little girl that was killed,
See how they do that? They bring it around. This is about John Bonet. Oh, was it about John Bonet when you were at CrimeCon running around in a handwriting analysis t-shirt recording John Bonet's dad? Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. Don't use that little girl as leverage. Stop it. You didn't know her. You don't know her. And you don't have the right to use her for anything. Ugh. And stop showing John Bonet's underwear. It's absolutely grotesque. Absolutely grotesque. Thank you, Unsolved Amy, for your $5 super chat. She says it's 2026. Why does her camera look like Walgreens? Needs to develop it like a disposable. Oh my God. Let me look. I know it is bad. She needs a new webcam, honey. She got that in 1998 when she started websleuths.
I don't care about, it's not about the family or accusing this person or that person. So many people, and then people say the police had tunnel vision. They went after so many people, as did the DA.
Exactly.
Not just look at the Ramseys. You always look at the family first. That's normal.
Exactly. Yeah. 2024 says, so the pen came from inside the house and the cap was put back on.
So I'm saying here, all you have to do is play what the reporter asked her for context. And then Bipolar Express says, don't engage her, Trish. She's disliked you forever and is just causing problems. That is such a lie. I've never disliked Trisha. And I say down here, Bipolar Express, that's not true. I have always liked Trisha. I think she is silly for backing Lauren Matthias.
And the pen was put back in its little cup. The paper came from inside the house. Torture weapon. There was no torture weapon. That's not how you spell torture, by the way, but who am I to say?
Torture weapon? You don't call a garrote a torture weapon? Huh? You used to garrotes?
Paintbrush handle. It came from Patsy's paintbrush. Yeah. You just go on and on. You're right. You're absolutely right. I didn't mean to. I wasn't making fun of you spelling torture. I think that's what you're saying is torture. I'm just saying that's not how you spell it. So I'm not sure if that's the word that you're trying to come up with. Torture weapon. Is that the word? That's how I'd spell torture. I would.
I'm trying to find the comment because Trish is not good with autocorrect mistakes.
Yeah, I'm not at all. Here, I'll just put it up here.
There you go.
Yeah. So I apologize. I wasn't making fun of your spelling of it. I'm saying I think that's what you're trying to say. So
I'm not sure what they're trying to say, but yeah, the pen came from the house.
Mm-hmm.
The paper came from the house. Wait, did the pen come from the house? I just thought of
yes,
that.
yeah, it did.
I'm pretty sure
pen
said that. Yeah,
the pen. Again, we're getting this from the books from the two investigators that wrote books, Steve Thomas and the other investigator. And for our new people here, and again, welcome. There's a man named James Kohler, and he was hired by Mary Lacey.
Seems that way, doesn't it,
wrote that ridiculous non-exoneration letter. And she said,
"Oh, a stun gun."
Fresh eyes on the John Benet Ramsey case. This was in 2006,
Hey, Tyler.
Or 2005. James Kohler, who was the actual police chief of Telluride, Colorado. Come in here, James Kohler, and investigate everything. Look at everything. So James Kohler did
respect
what
on their
investigators do.
names.
Whenever
Hey,
there's a
Nikki.
murder case, you start with the people who were with the murder victim when they died, if there are people. You start there. You start at the inner circle, and then you work your way out. You clear the people that were closest in the physicality, and you clear them, and you work your way out. And that means he had to clear the people in the house first.
Wendy
Meaning he had to
Woobles.
show that there was an
Damn, I'm feeling really sorry for someone in chat tonight. Then they're saying, I wanted to ask anyone if they've seen Deception Detective's video about John Ramsey, stating he admitted to something. Allegedly, it was a slip. And I put Deception Detective has no credentials.
intruder or no intruder. And that's where he started. Well, Mary Lacey got mad at him, basically, and I'm totally paraphrasing. She said, you know, I don't want to hear about the Ramseys. I want you to investigate the guy that played Santa Claus and investigate this guy and that guy. And he's like, well, I'll investigate.
Hey,
but
Brooke.
we got to clear the Ramseys first. Well, he couldn't do that. And again, he had no dog in this hunt. He was busy being the police chief of Telluride, Colorado. He knew about the case, kind of. And anyway, he got so disgusted that he quit. He took all his notes with him with all his evidence. He cleaned out his retirement, and he wrote his own book. He hasn't made a dime from the book, and it's called A Foreign Faction Who Kidnapped John Benet. And in it, he doesn't tell you who he thinks killed John Benet. He just lays out all the evidence that he tried to show Mary Lacey. And it's very compelling. And we get a lot of information from that, but we also depend on reports and such, which we have presented before. So does anybody have any questions? Anyone?
Is our show with James Kohler still uploaded, I wonder?
Oh, I'm sure it is.
Before. I'll have to look.
I can't imagine it wouldn't be.
Yeah.
So
Pretty bird.
So anyway, that is it.
Same, Lisa Smith.
I'm just going by the evidence. That's it. Going by the evidence. Going by the fact that John Ramsey gets up there and doesn't tell the truth.
I have her sped up.
No one's
Dee Dee.
Mel Stiller, I'll tell you, there's two people that have been cleared. Chris Wolf, we've had him on our show. He has absolutely been cleared. The police have said that. And who is the other one that's been cleared? Can't remember. I think Fleet White has been cleared. I think.
I'm not
Look,
sure.
she's got her audience even reiterating this. Jesse Roblin, we rely on the actual document and evidence. I bet you Jesse Roblin could not lead me to the documents. I bet you Jesse Roblin wouldn't know where to find any documents.
About Chris Wolf because I did all that research to confirm it. And
look at Krista Virgo. Everyday Jay will be going live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. She's getting a boner over all of this. A boner? Krista Virgo, you're gross.
Positions and found it and everything. So yeah.
Yeah. But certainly nobody that was in the house that night has been cleared ever.
Right.
But that doesn't mean they're guilty of it. But
right.
Patsy wrote the note, so gotta just go from there. Anyway.
You don't know that.
Oh, yeah. Exactly. There you go. Hold on. This is a good one here.
This is my best comment yet. Right here. I said, you know who isn't cleared? Lauren Matthias.
Also knew about the homemade wooden latch on the cellar door. He was even courteous enough to latch it back after he left JB in there. You know, I don't remember that latch. Do you remember that latch? I don't remember that.
No, I couldn't say it right offhand. I've heard about it before, but I never looked into the latch.
I don't remember.
Well, some of my
Rogue
comments are still there,
says,
though.
WT, heck, I was asking if anyone heard it. Oh, my goodness.
My Lauren
I just
one
wanted
is
to know
there.
an opinion on it. I don't know what you're talking about.
Which one? I missed that.
Rogue 9102. I don't know what they're talking about. So, anyway.
Yeah, she's saying as for a fact that Patsy wrote it. Hey, Robat, good morning. Hey, Andy.
So I think that's it. I think so. We got it all there.
So I'm sure they haven't done this, but I told them to look into John Ramsey's dad's connection to Fox Island in Michigan. But they're not interested in that. They're not interested in research.
I do have a response. Somebody said, how do you know John Ramsey is lying? There are certain things that are public information, and he has come on and been dishonest about
bones,
them. For example,
not boner.
So
Whatever.
that's how we know it's documented.
Bing,
For
bang.
example, the palm print was identified, and there's a
Hey,
documents
Spoogies.
and everything on that, but he still says there's an unidentified palm print.
Yeah, he talks about that this palm print needs to be identified. Well, it was identified as one of his adult kids. It was already identified a long time ago. I
There's
think
a lot
maybe
of
he just
things like that. Yeah.
Exactly. Martin says, Trisha, the cops even missed this latch, but somehow the intruder found it. Well, see, there you go. That's oh, thank you, 5-star. Thank you so much. Anyway, yeah, we talked about John earlier, and that is just a tragic story. So let's see. Popcorn says, was the housekeeper cleared? No, but again, she wasn't there that night. Okay, she was at home, and that was proven with her family. She wasn't there when JonBenet was killed. Okay, she has an alibi. So yeah.
Hey, Lindsay. Good morning.
There was no semen. There was a pubic hair. You know, I'd have to get Cynic on here. There was no semen. There was, okay, I take it back. In the suitcase,
oh my God,
in the basement, there was semen, but it belonged to one of John Ramsey's older sons.
John Andrew.
And
they don't find that sus. They're just going to overlook the fact that the sons. I'm not even going to get into this whole case.
Pubic hair, didn't that belong to Patsy? I think. Oh, I'd have to. It didn't. Let me put this. It didn't.
She's talking about Patsy's pubic hair now.
Belong to an intruder. Okay.
They identified it.
I can't remember who they identified it. Yeah. So.
Kresha.
So yeah. But see the problem.
Good morning, under Kresha. She says, Trisha, your cooter sleuthing is lacking some serious cooter sense. Maybe take a cooter course in comprehending the comprehensible before your next stream. Close your legs. Thank you. Thank you, Kresha.
Since it's almost 30 years old,
it's very smurfy.
People haven't followed it, you know, and so they just hear this stuff presented in this fashion, and it's completely misleading. Misleading. So you just got to be very, very careful. Oh, that's right, Supernet. See, it was an armpit hair. Everybody thought it was a pubic, but it was an armpit hair. You're right. Right.
But on JonBenet's.
It was not. It wasn't her pubic hair. It was an armpit hair. But she. This is her case, y'all. This is her case.
Body and everything, no semen or anything. The unidentified DNA. It was like it was called touch DNA. Skin cells. It's not semen or saliva or anything like that.
As far as who's going to test what, it's up to the.
Oh, she got mad because I said, "Why doesn't Othram test it?" I mean, aren't they the? She's sitting here saying the DNA doesn't mean shit, and there's just it's just touch DNA. Da, 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 da. The jizz was in the suitcase because they said that the last time he visited, that he jerked off in a blanket or a towel and put it in the suitcase. Crimology, I hope you're feeling better. Trisha's cooter is not welcome here.
Police, not up to the Ramseys, not up to anybody else. It's up to the police who they choose to send their DNA to. And
right, but if they have this state-of-the-art testing that can take like this little tiny, like they did with Brian Koberger, right? Wasn't that the big thing? They didn't need much. And she got mad. She's like, it's not up to
or saliva or anything like that.
As far as who's going to test what, it's up to the police, not up to the Ramseys, not up to anybody else. It's up to the police who they choose to send their DNA to. And they said in their press release that they are having things tested. And, you know, and just because a lab or, you know, we don't know who they're sending them to. And any lab they send them to is not going to say.
Right. The lab won't say, even if they're
yeah, exactly. Yeah. So all these arguments we've heard before. And to be honest, it's.
Well, it's so much misinformation around. Yeah. It's hard. Remember, for me, I had a lot of misinformation in the beginning until I started doing the research and really getting into it because I thought, you know, it was an intruder.
I remember that. And did you remember my head explode when I heard you say that?
Yeah.
I'm like, I can't have you here if you think there's an intruder. What the hell?
Oh, so you had to change your way of thinking to be this executive assistant. Got it.
Stacey. But then you researched it yourself and you went, oh, okay, I see. Yeah. Linda Hoffman Pugh did start to write a book. Gary Boy, this is very true. Did they ever release a draft of Linda Hoffman Pugh's book? I can't remember. They might have, but you know what? There's so much stuff, guys. I can't remember.
Wait, Stacey actually agrees with me, and then Trisha gets mad.
Remember, that sounds familiar, but I really can't remember. But yeah.
Every day with you, you never know. I mean, who knows at this point? That's the one thing. They just say they think it's their opinion. They think something happened to JBR at the Whites. I mean.
Well, okay, you can't say you never know. You can't say you never know because nothing happened to JBR at the Whites.
Well, she said something, which could be anything.
But I mean, yeah, she had some food. Something happened. She ate. You know. No, I think they're referring to something happened, like she was killed at the Whites. That's what they mean. No, that didn't happen. Okay, it didn't happen. Even John Ramsey and Patsy Ramsey and Burke say they all came home together. And JonBenet.
Oh, so you believe that? Okay, make it make sense, you guys. She believes that John, Patsy, they all said they came home. They all said they came home. So she believes that. But she doesn't believe the other stuff. She's going to... Oh. They all said they said they went home. I think something happened. This was last night. I think something happened at the Whites. I thought it was weird that Fleet White and John Ramsey were playing with Daphne and John Bonet with beads upstairs in a bedroom during the party. Then they stopped at someone's house on the way home to drop off gifts. And John Bonet was already sleeping in the car. John Ramsey carried her in the house, and he has two different stories. One story is that he read her a book. The other story is that he just put her to bed. Then he has another story that he put together a toy for Burke. There's differing stories. But you can't discount the ride home because we don't know what happened at the Whites. What if she left the White's house unconscious? How do we know? We are, Eddie. I'm just going over this first.
Like she was killed at the Whites. That's what they mean. No, that didn't happen. Okay? It didn't
How do you
happen.
know?
Even John Ramsey and Patsy Ramsey and Burke say they all came home together, and John Bonet was asleep. And supposedly, John Ramsey tells two stories. He tells one story where he read to John Bonet, and then the second story he tells he just put her to bed. So, and that's from, I believe, the police interviews, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway.
You believe it's from the police interviews, but you don't know. Okay.
Anyway.
They know she doesn't like being challenged.
I'm not snarky. I'm not saying snark.
I told her not to. I said, you didn't have to be so snarky to me. I said, I didn't say that. No need for the snark. I'm not snarky.
Anyway. I'm not snarky. I'm not saying snark. I just, when you say maybe something happened, I was being snarky to Stacy, not to you. I'm always snarky to Stacy. Always snarky to Stacy. So
that's the fun part.
Yeah, exactly.
I get to make fun of you and you be sarcastic. It's good.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see.
Oh.
Yes, go ahead.
Question real quick. The book, and I have it, and now I forget. The National Enquirer. What documents were those again that were reading?
Those were the police interviews. That's an interesting story.
Thank you.
There's a woman named Jameson who was like the Ramseys, biggest fan. Let's put it that way.
Okay, I think I was pretty much done there, but I just wanted to go over that. I thought that was funny. The raid was funny. It was fun. We had good fun. But yeah, I mean, for her to sit there and say she's not accusing anyone and all that. And I mean, let's be fair. She's ignoring facts. Nothing happened at the Whites. She doesn't know that. Unless she was there. Trisha, were you there? Wouldn't surprise me if you were there. The pineapple needs, she was definitely alive at home though, right? I mean, I guess so. I guess that does. The pineapple is something. Yeah, the beads in the bedroom, that story has always been weird. I think that was in Fleet White's interview. I think that was in Fleet White's. Yes, we raided her. That was why we were all in there. And she was like, I'm handling it. I'm handling it. And then she just gave up because there were so many of us. But we weren't mean. They could have brought pineapple to the Whites. That's so true. How do we know she didn't eat pineapple at the Whites? Difficult research. I'm with you on that. Hey, Jada. Good to see you. Why didn't she ask you to jump on panel? Oh, because that's her case. That's her case. I stop at the thought that a parent would even know what a garrote is. Well, the thing that bothers me, and let's do this, about the garrote is that John Ramsey was in the Navy and he could have learned to make a garrote in the Navy. I'm not against the fact that the parents know what happened. But I don't think that they actually did it. And at the Christmas party, there could have been pineapple at the Christmas party at the Whites. We have no idea. We don't know. But anyways, I just wanted to go over that. I thought that was kind of comical and interesting to see how they challenge, people that have differing opinions. And all they can do is pull up that one clip that's out of context. Long before the Whites knew about the stomach contents, they were asked about the food served. There was pineapple in the dining room, too. Yeah. I don't think it was the brother. I don't think it was Burke. The garrote is really weird. You know what I mean? Do Boy Scouts? I'm not sure about that. But do you want to know what the connection to John Ramsey's dad and Fox Island? Do you guys know what Fox Island is? This is so off topic, and I apologize for those that are here for John and Lauren. And we're going to get to that in a second. But Fox Island was a huge, back in the 70s and 80s, it was pedo island. They flew boys there for camp. And it was run by a pedo who actually left the country and was never arrested. But guess who designed the airstrip for Fox Island? In Fox Island, like if you look at Michigan, right? Like here's Michigan. Fox Island is over here by Traverse City and Charlevoix. Charlevoix is where the Ramseys lived. John Ramsey's father designed the landing strip for Fox Island. It's weird. Yep. They took troubled boys there for camp. And there's some interviews with guys that went there, and they said the first thing they had to do when they got there was get naked on the beach. Google Fox Island. It's very, very disturbing. And his dad designed it. The landing strip. Very weird. Did he know what was going on Fox Island? I don't know. That's another tinfoil hat. It's just so weird. All the connections with the Ramseys. Like he sold his company to Lockheed Martin. Just so many crazy things. Dr. John had that troubled teen camp or equine therapy. It is. It's really crazy. You saw the documentary, Corn Dead? Yeah. It's really sick. Those boys are they're traumatized. Fleet White's dad. Oh, yes. Yes. His was it his granddaughter came out, or why is it always an island? Secluded, I guess. It's like they all are connected in some way. Remember and then John Ramsey had that daughter that was killed in a car accident. Did Dr. John go there? I don't know. He was right there in Chicago. I think Burke was in bed. I really do. Mandalane, I don't know. See, that's the thing. Does he know? I don't know. Why was he chosen? I mean, we don't know the ins and outs of it. But the connection is there, and it's wild, right? Mm-hmm. Just remember, they all stick together at the end of the day. I know, I've seen that Ghislaine and JBR, and I never knew if that was real or not. The beauty pageants are very, yeah, those are very, yikes. Cute picture. You must have had a good New Year, sis. There's something about John that gives me a very uneasy feeling, and I had it before the cart. Yes. Yes, I'm with you on that one. I don't know what outward bound is. I mean, maybe the pretend judge. You could be right, but nonetheless, the name being connected to a scandal like that, I mean, it was not started for any good reasons. I don't know about that, Robot. Okay, so anyways, what we are getting into now, we have to switch gears, Cooters. This is a Patreon from October the 1st. I can't sum up what the Zell brothers told me. It's very deep and very detailed, but you can listen to the podcast with them. It's on my other channel. I don't know what outward bound is. Oh, upward bound? Thank you for getting Ryan to second place. I appreciate you guys. Okay, so October 1st was before the 9 hours. This was after CrimeCon. This was after the first hearing. Thank you so much, Mike, for your super chat. I appreciate you, and good morning. So this was right in between. We had the CrimeCon. We had the first hearing. And this is 2 weeks before the 9-hour live. Thank you, Courtness. If you guys don't mind, I'm going to go grab a drink really quick before we start because my coffee is gone and I have cotton mouth and I don't want to have cotton mouth. So just give me 1 second to go grab a drink. I'll be right back. All right. Thank you. John's hair is unusually long. It is a little shaggy. I think she might tell him it looks sexy. Yeah, you need caffeine for Dr. Yawn. Okay. So again, this is October 1st. This is after the first hearing, after the mess at CrimeCon, but before the 9-hour live. So what we're going to do is we're going to make them super big because we are not judging. We're not judging people's looks. We're not judging their styles, but we are looking at their behavior. And to look at their behavior, we have to look at them. So for all of those that say we're drama, we're shaming, etc., we are truly just looking at what we're seeing and giving our opinions on it. So relax. Don't get your undies in a bunch. And everybody get comfy and cozy because we're about to watch the October 1st Patreon. Here we go.
I'm glad to this. Oh,
you're recording. Hold that. But this is behind the scenes, so you could have technically, said what you're about to say, but I don't know. Or do you not want to?
I was just going to say, I desperately want to get back to work.
Oh,
so it seems to me, off the bat, it seems to me like they don't really. They were having a conversation and she turned the camera on and she was like, "Oh, we're recording. Oh, did you want to say what you were going to say?" And he's like, "No, I was just going to say that I'd like to get back to work." So I'm wondering like what they were talking about prior where it's kind of like she put him on the spot, almost like reeling him in with the recording. You know what I mean? Like putting the smack down. I don't know. That's kind of what I get from it.
Well, the best place to do that is to start with our Patreon gems.
Yeah.
We know our Patreon gems who know that, our closest community and dearest friends and subscribers. So I agree. We miss you. So thank you for showing up for us here and for me. And this is like a midday date. I actually feel like sometimes recording these episodes, especially for subscribers where we can be more relaxed in ourselves, is just like hanging out. True. Going on a lunch date with you on split screen. So
yeah.
Going on a lunch date with you on split screen.
with imagine just bringing in some of our closest Patreon members to have lunch with us. So that would make it even better. So yeah. Welcome.
And admittedly, I am eating. I decided to try the new chorizo Dutch Brothers wrap. Not sponsored. Hashtag not sponsored. But, not bad. Not great. Bad. It's a breakfast sandwich from a coffee shop. So right.
Yeah. Well, I guess.
What is happening here?
Technically, it can't be a lunch date because I haven't eaten anything today. So if I should do like Uber Eats, and if you hear some knocking at the door.
He hasn't eaten a thing, but she's already been to Dutch Brothers. We just got a Dutch Brothers here, by the way. I haven't tried it yet. But he's like, I haven't fucking eaten you, bitch.
Or with, I don't know, a sandwich, and then I guess it's Uber Eats. But I'm not going to be able to do that because I want to do all my attention.
Well,
Me too, Brendan.
People in our last live suggested you lost some weight. So maybe it's because you're not eating. Anyway.
I'm working on it.
I'm also, by the way, the reason we're split screen right now, because people did say they enjoyed us together, is because I'm actually we're not in the same location right now because I'm working and I'm taking a break from writing a script of a story I'm working on, a script I've been working on for a very long time. And really? I have Lily staring at me right now wanting my chorizo wrap. Nonetheless, distractions aside, let's go.
I may want your chorizo wrap too, but obviously I can't get it from afar, so.
Yikes. What do you guys think?
Cheapers.
She's like all Ruby Frankie. Knock before entering. He's like, yeah, you ain't fucking home. Really? They're really peppy, Nikki. Woo-wee. Get your votes in the poll because I'm going to close it out soon. Feed me. Feed me. Look at that. Ooh, if looks could kill. Ooh, if looks could kill. Bzzz. Well, he said he hasn't had nothing to eat. He just got up. He did a comb over. He put his rug on his head. Hold on. What happened? There it goes.
I can't get it from afar, so
yeah.
Hey, Lori.
Yeah, so let's dive in. There's a lot to catch up on that we haven't talked about in a while. So let's start with Travis Decker. We covered Travis Decker. He's the father in Washington State who murdered his children and then went into the woods. He's ex-military, PTSD, a lot of mental health problems. Anyway, Travis Decker's remains were recovered.
They were.
So that the Travis Decker mystery is solved. You and I both speculated. I speculated that this felt more like a familicide than a filicide, meaning familicides usually they're more likely to involve a murder-suicide, and a filicide is typically just someone who murders their children. And this had the components of more of a familicide. It doesn't really matter. I think the motive either way was revenge. And that's kind of what I talked about on our show. I'm just gonna read a little bit in terms of helping to explain familicide. So this is from a textbook called Domestic Homicide.
He tried to cover it up
quite a bit.
Monica. He tried to cover that up. This is called domestic homicide. This is scary. He's scary. Be careful with the guys that study this, Lauren. Look at Brian Koberger. Your hubby, sympathized with him, too. Look, he still has blanket lines on his hands from sleeping. He literally just got up. Do you see the blanket lines? You know how when you sleep, you get blanket lines? John has blanket lines. She's all rested with her coffee and her sandwich. You think he can't stand her? Nice twist.
Quite a bit. It's one of the best textbooks on this topic.
92%.
This is from a chapter called Removing the Total All, meaning familicide, unlike filicide, usually may involve murdering the spouse as well as the children, and then the perpetrator often will take their own life. So in this case, that didn't happen because I believe that the motive was revenge, that his wife was going after him for custody. She had already divorced him. I think he was really distraught. He had some mental health problems. He was depressed. He was angry. And I think the best way that he believed to get back at her was to murder the children. And I think under that circumstance, he felt like he didn't want to live as well, or that he wanted to take his life. Quote, I'm just going to read here because I think this will help understand some of this. Quote, the perpetrator in these cases may see his spouse and children as possessions rather than as independent human beings.
We got a cooter chat from Shar.
Is he wearing the Chad Dable ring? Go back to when he held up the book.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Shar, for your cooter chat. Your cooter chats are one of my favorite things in the world.
Yeah, so let's dive in. There's a lot to catch up on.
They're so smug with each other.
My chorizo wrap. Nonetheless, distractions aside, let's Let's go.
Let's go.
I may want your chorizo wrap too.
Look at her. She's like, fuck you. You ain't getting my chorizo wrap. Yeah, he literally just combed his hair. It's still wet. Look at her. On this program, I have this video open in. I can go frame by frame. That's wild.
Obviously, I can't get it from afar.
It's not malachite.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's dive in. There's a lot to catch up on that we haven't talked about in a while.
October 1st.
So let's start with Travis Decker. We covered Travis Decker. He's the father in Washington State who murdered his children and then
I think so too.
Went into the woods. He's
ex-military. We got another cooter chat.
LM's eyes look like the zany is hitting flushed.
Flushed? Thank you, Michelle, for your cooter chat.
PTSD, a lot of mental health problems. Anyway, Travis Decker's remains were recovered.
They were.
So that the Travis Decker mystery is solved. You and I both speculated. I speculated that this felt more like a familicide than a filicide, meaning familicides usually they're more likely to involve a murder-suicide, and a filicide is typically just someone who murders their children. And this had the components of more of a familicide. It doesn't really matter. I think the motive either way was revenge. And that's kind of what I talked about on our show.
I went too far back. I'm sorry.
I'm just gonna read. I'm gonna read a little bit in terms of helping to explain familicide. So this is from a textbook called Domestic Homicide. It's a textbook.
What do you guys think? His ring is turquoise. He is wearing the Chad Daybell ring. She looks like she should be in a straitjacket.
Reference quite a bit. It's one of the best textbooks on this topic. This is from a chapter called Removing the Total All, meaning so familicide, unlike filicide, usually may involve murdering the spouse as well as the children, and then the perpetrator often will take their own life. So in this case, that didn't happen because I believe that the motive was revenge, that his wife was going after him for custody. She had already divorced him. I think he was really distraught. He had some mental health problems. He was depressed. He was angry. And I think the best way that he believed to get back at her was to murder the children. Yikes. And I think under that circumstance, he felt like he didn't want to live as well, or that he wanted to take his life. Quote, I'm just going to read here because I think this will help understand some of this. Quote, the perpetrator in these cases may see his spouse and children as possessions rather than as independent human beings. Control over his family members, the desire to maintain control, and his shame associated with loss of control are all some of the key features in this type of familicide. So I think that completely applies to Travis Decker, that he sees his kids largely as possessions. I think he loves them, but he's dehumanized them to.
Oh my goodness, Shauna, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. That is awful.
To a large degree, to the sense that he sees them as possessions or objects that he can use, as pawns that he can use, that he can murder to basically get back at his wife. I think this control issue is really important. Shame is really important in this case. Shame over his loss of control. Shame over the loss of.
It's always about shame with them too. And Megan. Shame. Is he tonguing it? I'm having a hard time going between chat and the video. because I don't want to ignore your chats, but I do want to watch them closely. So if I'm not responsive, that's why. So if you want me to respond, Cooter chat me.
Of his marriage, shame over the loss of his children, shame over the loss of his employment, shame over the loss of his income, right? All of that is playing a role in Travis Decker's decision.
Are you talking about Travis Decker or yourself, dude? Oh my God, did he just not describe himself? Listen again. Projection.
Really important. Shame is really important in this case. Shame over his loss of control, shame over the loss of his marriage, shame over the loss of his children, shame over the loss of his employment, shame over the loss of his income, right?
Oh, look how did you see how he accentuated employment and income? He looked right at her when he said employment and income, and we know what he said to the cop in the body cam. They're trying to take our income. It's extortion because they're trying to take our income. And that's when he makes eye contact with her. Ooh, watch again.
At his wife. I think this control issue is really important. Shame is really important in this case. Bang. Shame over his loss of control, shame over the loss of his marriage, shame over the loss of his children, shame over the loss of his employment, shame over the loss of his income, right? All of that is playing a role in Travis Decker's decision to engage in this horrendous act. I'm going to continue to read a little bit more here. This text talks about spousal revenge. Child victim, quote, child victim, this is page 126 in the textbook, Domestic Homicide. Quote, child victims in these cases can be considered as extensions of the intimate partner. From the perpetrator's perspective,
I am very
he has been
uncomfortable
betrayed by
here.
his intimate partner and by everything that she loves, namely the children. In the familicide, he seeks revenge by killing her and all of her children. From this perspective, familicide resembles intimate partner homicides generally, as the primary object of aggression constitutes the spouse rather than the children. So in other words, this is a familicide where this idea of children being extensions of the intimate partner, in this case his wife, I think is absolutely true here.
Keep in mind, this is after the first hearing. This is after the first hearing of court with Christina. After CrimeCon, but before the 9 hour.
And that's where this becomes a case of spousal revenge. He leaves her alive because he wants her to suffer. And he really wants to punish her. And he takes his own life, I think, because he accomplished the goal. His goal was to harm her, and he did that. And so he doesn't see really any reason for living, in addition to the fact that he was suicidal previously. So I think in analyzing the case, I think the things I talked about before still apply. I think that obviously now we have confirmation that he did take his own life. And it's a sad, it's so we can close the chapter, but it's just horrendously horrific and sad. And it's certainly one of the more horrific cases we've covered in the last year.
We close the chapter for discussing it, but
yeah,
this poor mother will never this is one of those cases that'll stay with me forever. I can hardly handle talking about it, for her. He did it. In other words, Travis Decker accomplished what he sought, which is to hurt her in the worst possible way. And it is
to create irreparable damage and suffering to her, which obviously is going to be true. I don't think she'll ever get over that. So
no, the chapter will never close for her. In other words, we move on. And she never does.
So that's an update on Travis Decker and some of my final thoughts. The other case that there's some more information about is Shane Tamura, which we did a show on him strictly for Patreon members. He's the New York
Shar has struck again.
Dude looks like a lady. That dude looks like a lady. Cruised into a bar on the shore. Her picture graced the grime on the door.
She had long lost a love at first bite. And it may be wrong, but
with
you
John's
know
dependency
it's all right.
on books, makes me wonder if he plans to write one. If he ever does, we will have to check it for plagiarism, as I do not think he has independent thoughts.
I don't think he has independent thoughts either, Snazzy. Thank you guys for your cooter chats. You always make me laugh. Here's just a little reminder.
What you are witnessing is real. The participants are not actors.
Shooter.
Yes.
That walked into a building that he believed to be the NFL, and he murdered a number of people, several people. He talked about his CTE, and how CTE is being swept under the rug by the NFL, how it's a serious problem, and that he believed he had CTE.
How the fuck are we on NFL? I am so confused. I don't know who they're talking about. I guess it's somebody in the NFL. We still have that other guy in the NFL that went to their house that we have to review.
And turns out, in my analysis, I wasn't quite sure if he had CTE. I was somewhat skeptical. It turns out that he has what's considered low-grade CTE. So they did an analysis of his brain. He does have CTE. It's important to note, however, low-grade CTE definitely puts this in a bit of a gray area, because low-grade CTE doesn't necessarily, it may or may not compromise the frontal lobes. The frontal lobes are the parts of the brain that are responsible for decision-making, for problem.
What's she looking at? Is Grayson over there topless going like this or what? Like what? What is she doing? Caption her right now in chat. Caption her. I want to see your comments, and I'm going to sit back here and laugh my ass off while I read them. We've got another Cooter Chat.
2222. Today, June you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Shar.
Problem solving, so it's what we call executive functioning. So, it's certainly possible it could have played a role in it. Could if your frontal lobes are compromised, you're going to be more impulsive. You may have more anger. You may be more likely to engage in poor decision making. And
she's like, Grayson, stop. You wax too much hair. Oh, sin. You're going to hell. Will you ever stop talking at this guy being lamer? And I caption it with this.
Fucking fuzzy slippers and lip gloss.
Monica.
Certainly all that would apply to Shane Tamura. But on the other hand, I really believe there were mental health problems prior to the CTE. I think it was kind of a constellation of factors. I mean, I guess we'll never know, but there does seem to be, we talked about this in our show on him.
Welcome in, Mama.
There seemed to be some history of depression and other mental health issues prior to the CTE. So I think the CTE becomes more of a catalyst or an accelerant
sitting here
towards violence. But again, the gray area is low-grade CTE is not the type of CTE you see in like Junior Seau, who was a famous NFL player who basically drove his car off a cliff and took his own life. I mean, low-grade CTE is not advanced CTE. And so, it's still a gray area. I think one of the most troubling elements of the Shane Tamura case is
she said the
fact that a guy who played high school football for a couple of years is coming up with low-grade CTE, right? I think that should concern us all. That means every football player who takes the field in high school is now, we know high school players get it. It's just fairly rare. But I think there's questions here about whether we want a whole cohort of high school football players to have brain damage essentially for the rest of their life.
Right.
Now, low grade CTE, by the way. So it's not going to spread. It's not like a virus, right? Like you have to keep hitting your head to continue the damage. And so it seems likely or probable that,
yes, that's
maybe
him.
the impact of that head trauma in high school was not fully realized. And maybe it could get a little worse over time, but assuming he's not subjected to any additional head trauma, you'd think that maybe it remains.
Remember, she said she married her football playing feminist. He's her football playing feminist. I think that's what she called him, right? Oh my goodness, Crochet just gifted 20. Awesome stuff. Thank you so much, Crochet. You are so amazing. Happy New Year, little cooters.
She says, welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
Thank you so much, Crochet. We've gotten lots of cooters, like 80, 90 cooters.
Kind of at the low grade level. But still, like, to think of
why are we buffering? Oh, I think because we got so many cooters that we have to wait. Thank you so much, Crochet. I don't know. She's bored as fuck.
Thousands. I don't know how many kids play high school football. Thousands for sure. Maybe more than that. Maybe tens of thousands of kids play high school football. Now you have to think every high school football player is at risk of getting CTE.
Absolutely.
Skipping. Hold on.
What I want to say, I believe him. Shane said he had it. It was awful for his life. He had depression. I'm sure it increased it.
Just help your brother out here.
None of us can know how he feels, whether it was low grade.
There's never too many cooters.
High, but we can know that to him, it affected his life so severely. He decided it wasn't worth living. And CTE is a really scary thing for me when it comes to boys and men who play football and the risk.
Oh, is this his disability? Hold up. Hold on a second, because after this, remember they requested the court let him testify from home because he had a brain injury. Deline, we love you too. Remember the disability? Not brain injury, but is that what they're doing? Like, is that going to be his excuse? Hey, Liz. Oh, Brendan. I'm going to make a wish. Okay, I did. Yes, his disability. They're talking about this. They said he had tumors on his spine. Oh. Okay. But he's hiking? I don't understand. Okay.
That they're taking. So, yeah, I agree.
The two highest risk groups, by the way, are veterans or people in the military. Are more
a tumor
likely
thing, I guess, you
to
guys.
suffer from head trauma, especially in combat and sports. So, and specifically the NFL or football players or constantly being subjected to head trauma.
Kylie, right? We're not talking about John, but I was like, oh, wait a minute. John had several injuries when he was playing football. He had ankle injuries. He was out with mono. Janice says he was doing the gritty last New Year. I need that video. Doing the ditty. Cheryl, right? That's what they've said, that he has tumors in his spine. That's his disability. The only time we've heard about a disability is because of court. He filed with court that he could not attend due to not being able to be in a car for long periods of time. Or to be on a plane, like traveling. He can't travel. He got run over by a fucking semi. I'm sure he has a brain injury. She's daydreaming about Janice's brother.
So we don't think that, in football, when somebody makes a tackle and your helmet engages with another player, you don't necessarily think of that as head trauma. But the reality is that anytime you hit your head on anything, it's head trauma, and it has the capacity to impair your brain, even just a small amount. But if you take those
after
those minor head traumas and multiply them by thousands over time, obviously it becomes a problem. And so I think that this issue with the Shane Tamara, and I guess this is probably partly what he wanted, was to raise questions around this. And I think, nobody's paying attention to it. Everybody swept it under the rug at this point, but I think it really does raise some public health issues about kids playing football. I know kids as young as first, second grade playing football. At some kids as young as third grade.
Does your boy play?
Helmets,
yeah,
and banging into each other, and that to me seems like a real problem. But anyway, I don't know. I think there could be a lot of public health issues here in terms of kids banging.
Thank you, Snazzy.
Injuries that prevent him from wearing pants? I have questions rolling on the floor laughing.
It must.
Banging into each other's heads at young ages, including high school.
Yeah. Agree.
So that's an update on that case, and then I want to jump into a new case. This is going to be the bulk of our focus, or the majority of our focus today. But
okay, what is
this? Was just an absolutely bizarre case out of New York.
Hold on, I'm going to pause because I haven't seen it. Let's do predictions. Will this case involve SA? Put a 1 if you think it will. Put a 2 that you think it won't. We're going to predict what his case of the day is. Let's do a guessing game. 1, it involves SA. 2, it doesn't.
Out of Coney Island, New York, there's a nursing home in Coney Island called Seagate. And an 89-year-old Holocaust survivor was basically found bludgeoned to death in her room. Her name is Nina Krestov.
Good God.
Kravtsov. Krestov. She was 89. Nina Krestov was Ukrainian. She survived. So Hitler invaded Ukraine during World War II. She ended up in one of the ghettos in Ukraine. In other words, a ghetto that was earmarked for people to go to concentration camps. She was actually designated to go to a concentration camp, but for whatever reasons, I don't know why, but she did not end up going to a concentration camp. And then after the war ended, she actually worked as a nurse. She was married at age 18. She had a daughter, Lucy. Her name is Lucy Flom.
Well, he's not done yet.
She remained a single mother for many years after the war until she moved to the U.S. in 1979, and she settled in Little Odessa, which is in Brooklyn, New York, where she stayed until 5 years ago, around 2020. She had a stroke and the stroke.
They are cut off like that. That's
family
not me.
believed she needed extra care, so they placed her in this facility, Seagate. So what happens is that, and by the way, Nina Krastov speaks Russian. So what happens is she gets a new roommate. Her roommate is 95-year-old Galina Smirnova.
I am
Galina
very
Smirnova
comfortable sitting here.
Enters Seagate Nursing Facility, and they place her in the same room as Nina. It's believed that they were roommates because Galina Smirnova also spoke Russian, and they thought that perhaps the two would have that in common or have some things in common. So they placed them together.
He's like this.
And within 48 hours, Nina is murdered by her 95-year-old roommate, Galina Smirnova. It turns out that crime is quite horrific, by the way. That
of course it is.
Right. This isn't a mistake. This is horrific violence.
Well, that's part of the issue. So we'll talk about that in a minute. But allegedly what happened is that Galina, the 95-year-old roommate.
Oh wow, Maria.
Removed the foot pedals from her wheelchair, and she essentially bludgeoned Nina to death with the foot pedals from her wheelchair. Nina was found with severe head injuries, lacerations all over her head. So she seems to have been attacked and brutally murdered by Galina Smirnov, the 95-year-old, with the foot pedals from the wheelchair. One of the statements or beliefs around this case is that the 95-year-old roommate Galina had severe dementia, advanced dementia, and therefore could not have known what she was doing. That she simply, it's this, and this would tie in with Shane Tamara to some degree, maybe, that again, if your frontal lobes are compromised, you're going to be more impulsive. You're going to be more prone to fits of rage, right? There's a lot of bad things that can happen when your frontal lobes are
frontal lobes.
Impaired.
Did he say frontal lobes? Look at her. She's squirming over here. She can't sit still. He's like, would you sit still? I am saying profound things.
Prone to fits of rage, right? There's a lot of bad things that can happen when your frontal lobes are impaired. And when you have severe dementia, typically your frontal lobes can be impaired. And so dude,
you're not a specialist in neurology. What are you doing? And why are you calling them plural? Frontal lobes. Robes. Frontal robes.
Seems that some people, Galina Smirnov's attorney is already kind of saying, well, she didn't know what she was doing. It seems like the defense is going to be something around dementia. She didn't know what she was doing. She has severe dementia. She just acted out violently. The argument against that is that one of the foot pedals was found covered in blood in the room next to the victim, Nina. And
this is a picture of Nina that I keep showing. This is the victim. I keep showing. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Jen.
that's the victim, right? That's the victim.
I love her hair. And
I know, right? Like she's
fashion. Look at her.
She's right. She's this. You can tell just from looking at that picture. She seems like someone with a big personality, right? People really loved her. Her Lucy, her daughter, was just absolutely distraught over this murder because she was very close to her mother, and she just you don't think that you're going to put you believe that one of the reasons you place an elderly parent in a nursing home is because they're going to be safe,
right?
They're going to be protected. If that elderly parent is living alone by themselves, there's a lot of bad things that can happen. So you put them in a nursing home so that people watch over them and protect them and make sure they're safe. And obviously that wasn't the case here. But
Amanda.
So one of the foot pedals was found covered in blood in the room, and another was actually apparently.
Why did he pick this story? God only knows.
Outside the facility below the window, so it looked like
because it's brutal.
Somebody had discarded it.
He loves the gore.
Apparently tried to hide one of the murder weapons, and so, and also the offender Galina Smirnova, in this case, she was washing herself. She was covered in blood. They found her. They found blood all over her gown and on her legs, and she was trying to wash herself, and she was trying to wash the room to rid herself and the room of some of the evidence, some of the blood. Yeah. So those elements, discarding the murder weapon, washing herself, all of those elements would kind of indicate she knew what she did. All of that would seem to indicate premeditation and knowledge of, like, an awareness, right, of this crime.
Yes, it is so odd, because at first you just think dementia, and she's hiding the weapon,
washing the blood off herself, washing the blood from the crime scene. I mean, she's 95, right? She's obviously not going to be super efficient at anything.
And in a wheelchair, 95 and in a wheelchair.
In a wheelchair, right? With at least, I don't know what level of dementia, but at least mild dementia, right? Probably more advanced, but. So let's talk about the reason I think this crime is interesting and worth talking about is because it's such an outlier. It's so bizarre. Like, let's start with the very idea. Let's talk about, I think one of the things that this allows us to talk about is female violence. We don't talk about female violence that much. Almost all of our cases, aside from filicides, where women murder their children, almost all of our cases involve male violence. Yeah. So I think it's fascinating. Like, a 95-year-old taking a foot pedal and bludgeoning her roommate to death is so strange. I can't even, like, wrap my mind around it. From, like, let's just talk about female violence in general. Because I think this opens the door to that discussion. First of all, female violence is fairly rare. It's even rarer. So the statistics on female violence,
I was effing muted. Dental Lori. I didn't even think of that. She said, "Hey, Jay, I'm a bit behind, so maybe this was already said, but she's away working on a script, the 9-hour live. Being that this was 2 weeks before the 9-hour live. Very, very interesting point."
Violence for offenders over the age of 65 show that it's like less than 1% of female crimes. If you look at female violence over the age of 90, it's non-existent for many reasons. Also, like, one of the things I know from doing forensic work over many years is that age is a risk factor when you're younger, but it declines over time. So in other words, the older you get, the more age actually works against violent offending, that it's a protective factor. The older you get, the less likely you are to engage in violent crime. And here you have a 95-year-old engaging in the most violent crime you can imagine.
Ski, Utah.
10% of the prison population in the United States is female. In the UK, it's only 4%. It used to be that, which, by the way, it's increased a lot over the last decade. So the number, the prison population of female violent offenders was around the same, like 5-6%, but it's gone up a lot. So there's been way more female violent crimes in the last decade.
Interesting.
Move on. I can't interrupt him, but I want him to move on.
It's roughly, of all violent crimes committed, female offending is roughly about 15-16% of all violent crimes. So
violent crimes mean.
Oh, that was an interruption. Yikes, this just got really uncomfortable. That is another good point, Snarky. Sometimes Snarky says, that's why at the beginning he said he wanted to get back to work because she's been over there working on the 9-hour script. These people are so figure-outable. Speech bubble busted. Love the name. Thank you for the $4.99. She said, let's send Lauren some Prep H for those hemorrhoids. Sit still. We are just as bored and not moving nearly as much. What did you marry? Right. I think she's asking herself that same question. She wanted marriage so bad.
Means an assault, murder, something that would be considered.
Did you see that interruption, though? He did not like that.
Means an assault, murder.
And she gave Grayson a look after she interrupted. Look at that interruption. She's like, oh. And he's like, don't interrupt me, lady.
Violent crimes in the last decade.
Interesting.
It's roughly, of all violent crimes committed, female offending is roughly about 15-16% of all violent crimes. So
violent crimes
means an assault, murder, something that would be considered something that would be considered sufficient to rise to the level of to injure someone and to rise to the level of.
He's talking about the female crime because of Christina. You guys are picking up on all the leakage.
Bing bang.
We're going to talk about female on female crime because this is prepping for the 9-hour.
Felony.
And so women.
A felony.
To injure someone and to rise to the level of a felony.
And so women typically, they do commit crimes, but when they do, it's not, what type of crime is it then? Just out of curiosity.
Well, yeah, interesting you asked that because I just happened to be, in thinking about this crime, I just happened to be reading a book, a really good book, by the way, that addresses specifically female violence. It's called A Love That Kills. It's by Anna Motz, M-O-T-Z. A Love That
Kills. He's got the Motz, Anna Motz.
That Kills, Stories of Forensic Psychology and Female Violence.
Yep.
Always interesting what Dr. John is reading. Never know.
Yeah.
Okay.
So coincidental, huh? And they're doing this on Patreon. They're priming the Patreon members.
So, I she says in the book, she argues in the book that almost all violent crimes by female is either directed at is self-directed. So in other words, females tend more than males to internalize their aggression. So in other words, they will take their own lives. So it's either self-directed, it's directed towards a spouse or a partner, or it's directed towards children. Right? And if you think of that, and you think of this crime, I mean, again, like this crime is just so bizarre because you have, none of that is true here, right? This isn't self-directed. It's not towards a partner or spouse, and it's not towards a child. So you have a 95-year-old engaging in premeditated murder with a victim she doesn't know, a stranger that she met 48 hours ago. That's the other part of this story. So,
Bing bang.
So the offender enters this nursing home, and 48 hours later, within 2 days, less than 2 days, she's already murdered this innocent victim who survived the Holocaust. Think about the irony of that. You survived the Holocaust, you're 89 years old, you're in the home stretch, heading towards the finish line, and you get violently murdered. It's crazy.
Yeah. Awful.
And so I think, like, it, even if you look at typical female violence, right, again, like, this is such an outlier in terms of females typically don't murder strangers. Almost all female violence is directed towards partners, self, or children. And so I think, again, this is really fascinating. Like, so for me, of course, I don't know a lot about this case. Nobody does. We know that there's this murder. The question is, what is driving this, right? What's the motive? I mean, you can't really say, you can say dementia plays a role. I would definitely say that in terms of impulse control.
A role?
Presumably,
it plays a role.
This offender, Galena, has limited impulse control. But I think what's not being talked about here, and what probably is beneath what's hidden here, is her past, right? And how.
Oh, he is making me nauseous. Why is he saying that dementia might play a role here? Like, it clearly does, John. Did you hear it? I need a new tongue for my screen, for my thumbnails, so just bear with me a second. If you guys have somewhere to be, we're about halfway through this. Just giving you a little time update. Why isn't he moving? Oh, there he goes. Ugh, he does it so fast. Look at her. She's like, please keep your tongue in your mouth. Oh, it goes further. Wait. One more frame. I think that's as far as it goes. Yep. That's the maximum extent. That's the maximum extent. Look at her. She's like, can you please put that back in your mouth?
Her past, right? And how that's impacting this crime. And so at the very least, I would have to say that there's some type of violent ideation. You just don't go from entering a room with a stranger to deciding you're going to brutally murder them.
Chilly?
In other words, I think there's probably some type of trigger here that involves threat. So at some level, for whatever reasons, Galina Smirnova feels threatened by Nina Kravtsov. And
Elaine.
I don't know why. I don't know if we're going to ever know why. But, there's a lot of psychologists sometimes talk about something called transference, which is, it's kind of a version of projection. We talk about projection a lot, but transference is when your own past, your own like mental maps of the world, you bring those wherever you go. In order to make sense of the world, you have a mental map. Otherwise you can't function.
Okay.
Right? Like even driving a car, that's on your mental map. Where you live, your address, that's all on a mental map. So we store that in memory. We have these maps that really kind of help us make sense of the world.
Quit saying map.
Some of our maps are more rigid than others. Some of our maps, some of us have more openness to kind of adapting or changing those maps. But I think you'd have to say that the offender here, for whatever reasons, maybe it's because of her mother, maybe it's because of her siblings. There's something in here about the transference or about this perception she has of the victim being a threat in some ways, I think. It could have been something that Nina said to her that she found offensive, that reminded her of something in the past.
Oh, something she said?
That enraged her.
That enraged her?
It could have been something related to a sibling, right? Maybe her mother, her father. I don't know. But this kind of brings us to another point in this book, A Love That Kills. Anna Motz believes quite strongly that almost all female violence involves past abuse or past trauma, that the perpetrators of female violence are almost always victims of some type of violence themselves. And her plea in her book is to really understand that, and to see that female violence in many ways gets swept under the rug because we want to portray females as these violent monsters that kind of betray the stereotype of motherhood, right? We don't take it as seriously because we see them as outcasts and monsters, and therefore we don't have to really think about it. And so her book is really kind of a plea for understanding that female violence almost always involves past abuse. And so I wouldn't be surprised. So it involves acting out past abuse. That female victims are typically abused. They have all this pain and suffering. There's this wound. And,
why does he say it so dismissively?
And they act out. They repeat that same violence elsewhere. And that's what leads to female crime, which, by the way, is obviously a common theme with all of our stories, right? All of our cases, that there usually often is some type of past abuse that gets repeated or acted out. And there's a lot of research on that, on the cycle of violence, showing
These
that
two
that's
shouldn't
true.
have been roomies.
And let me say,
period, end of
because I know
story.
people always question me on this, just because you're abused doesn't mean you're going to engage in violent crime. What I'm saying is...
Oh, he got all defensive with his tongue, too. Look at... People always say this to me. Yeah, because you don't make sense, dude. You're irresponsible.
People always question me on this.
People always question me. She's like, I question you sometimes. I question you when I'm laying with Grayson.
Just because you're abused doesn't mean you're going to engage in violent crime. What I'm saying is
directly off
that for a certain subset of people that experience past abuse, they might be at more risk to act out. In fact, the numbers are roughly 20%. So of all the people that have been abused in the past, roughly 20% have some risk to act out. It doesn't mean... It's not 100%. It doesn't mean that if you're abused, you're going to act out. There's also something called post-traumatic growth, which is that if you're abused, you actually grow from that and you learn from it and you reflect on it and you become stronger. So exactly. I think people, when I make this argument, people fail. I don't talk about that enough, but I think people don't understand that there's a flip side to this, which is that past abuse doesn't mean you're going to be a violent offender. It could mean that you're actually...
Thank you, Shar. We got a cooter chat.
You're a lying jackhole, John. And your silly wife, too.
You're a lying jackhole. Let's hear that again. Did you hear that, John?
You're a lying jackhole, John. And your silly wife, too.
Silly.
Actually going to grow. Post-traumatic growth. There's a lot of research on it.
No, Ren.
It shows that a lot of victims actually benefits not the right term. A lot of victims actually learn.
Improve themselves after.
They become more resilient because of the past abuse. And so I think I don't know this offender here, but just based on kind of what we know about female violence and what an outlier this is, it seems like there's probably something in here that has to do with violent ideation that is a result of something in her past. I don't know what that is. It could be past abuse. Maybe she was abused by her spouse. So it could be domestic violence. It could have something to do with, I would imagine there might be something territorial here in terms of she's being put in a room with a stranger. And for some reason, for whatever reason, she feels threatened. Maybe she's not used to having a roommate. Maybe any roommate would threaten her. Maybe she's not comfortable being around other people. There's so many things here. But I think the essence of this, or the core of this,
nothing about
and my main takeaway that I want to talk about is when we think about female violence, and I get this from the Mott's book and from looking at female violence, which we don't talk about enough, but when you look at it, quite often it does involve past trauma and past abuse that then becomes reenacted in violent crime.
So do we know anything? Do we know anything about this killer then?
No, we don't. We really don't. So we don't. So I'm speculating here, and I'm just basing this on research and kind of this book by Anna Mott's that I've read.
So we know nothing about the perpetrator. So no, I think she put him on the spot here. Wow. You trying to make him look inept? Ooh. She kind of put him on the spot. Let's go back. I think that was a little bit of a burn. I think that was a Warren burn. So what do we know about the perpetrator? Nothing. I'm just going off this book by Mott's.
So do we know anything? Do we know anything about this killer then?
No, we don't. We really don't. So we don't. So I'm speculating here, and I'm just basing this on research and kind of this book by Anna Mott's that I've read. But because I think a lot of people are going to be saying, I was asking the question, right? Like I got a lot of people who are saying, oh, it's dementia, right? Or they'll be saying, why did this happen? Like, how is this?
Dude, she's 95. What are you talking about right now?
Is this even possible? So Lucy Flom, who's Nina's daughter, she did some interviews after this happened, and she was just perplexed, right?
Of course she was.
She was like, I don't understand. And in many ways, she's right.
Look at Lauren. She's like, are you fucking kidding me? I told you to be ready. He's a fucking disaster, Grayson. The sooner we get rid of him, the better. Right. Because given the offender's age and given the fact that she's female, like I don't even know. He licked his lips after he said female.
Chances of this happening are way less than 1%. I don't even know, like 1,000th of 1%. The numbers are astronomical, right? And so for me, when I see something like this, you know that, like, I'm always interested in the outliers because that's where we can learn.
Right.
That's where we can learn the most, right? So what is it we can learn from this? I mean,
you can't learn anything from it because you don't know anything to teach us. Bloomflower, great question. Thank you for your super chat. So what is Lauren's past violence or trauma that she's reenacting? Good question. This is very interesting.
Ski, Utah.
Yeah, I mean, one thing is that I think in a nursing home, they're probably, when you put a new patient into a room with a stranger, you should probably vet that person, to
Wait, what?
I don't know how much, but you should vet them to some degree.
Hey, Mabel.
So that if there is some past history of abuse or violence,
you should vet them to a degree. Is he talking about like her vetting the people that are around her, her friends and contractors? What's he talking about? Does anybody know? Bueller? Stay humble, so do I. I think he's talking about Christina.
Violence. You don't want to put them in a room with someone else, right? So some of this has to be on the nursing home in the sense that they put this offender in the same room with the victim, with Nina, without supervision.
Is he trying to compare this to CrimeCon? Hold up. Is he comparing this with the CrimeCon? Christina getting kicked out, her being in the bar, et cetera, et cetera.
Right. I'm sure that staff goes in and checks every few hours. I'm not sure what their schedule is. That's typically going to be a part of a nursing home schedule. However, My guess is that the nursing home knew nothing about her history, nothing about her past. Was there any past history of violence? Was there any past traumas? Were there any past traumas? Were there any past history of abuse? Was there any past history of her being a victim of domestic abuse? Right? Was there any past history of suicidal ideation? Was there any past history of violent ideation? Was there any past...
Kathy, I'm sure that the social workers do look at the patient's chart to see if they're compatible. This obviously was a mistake on the nursing home's part, because I've worked in dementia units, and if you have two people that are like oil and water, it can end horrifically. I mean, we're talking about 95-year-olds, but he is talking about this and setting the stage for their audience for the 9-hour live. Putting this in their heads.
History of assaults against other people, assaults towards her. These are all things, right? Was there criminal history, in other words? That's what we want to know. That's what I would want to know. But you'd want to know that. It's one thing to want to know that now.
Oh my God.
After this horrific murder's been committed.
Listen, because I've worked with hospice and home care and nursing homes. They have these people's history. That's what social workers and nursing homes do on intake. They take an intake evaluation with the patient. They know if this patient was in prison. They know if this patient was violent. They know if how this patient's behavior was before they came to the nursing home. It's called liability. And that's the social worker's job. John, shut the fuck up. Oh, is this something that you can fix? Shut up. He knows nothing. Oh, this makes me want to segue into our little palate cleanser, which pisses me off. He makes me so mad when it's so clear he does not know what he's talking about. Can we talk about their Hildebrandt connection? Because I did a little research last night. Thank you to the Real Cows for giving me her Discovery Plus so I could put this clip together, because this is very disturbing. And with his shady behavior, it makes one wonder about him. Take a listen to what I put together, y'all. I released this for members.
My dream is coming true. I'm in a happy marriage.
A reporter where?
In St. George, in Hilldale, Colorado City. So I'm reporting from my old station in Salt Lake City as their correspondent in St. George. And the irony about reporting in St. George too, Lori and Chad Daybell are getting married during that, or meeting during that time in St. George. Jody Hildebrandt is doing therapy. Yeah.
You were there?
I didn't know. I didn't see it, but I was there. I wish I had known. It'd been the biggest story ever covered.
No, that's serendipitous.
Yeah.
That you were literally physically in St. George.
When they were meeting, and Jody Hildebrandt's doing therapy. John shows up at, a training with her. He can't get work in St. George because it's going to Jody.
Oh my goodness.
And I'm also learning just the secrets that are in St. George and this sort of vault.
Jody's?
I have now reported throughout Idaho and Utah. And I will tell you, there are more secrets in St. George, Utah than any other place.
I encountered Jody Hildebrandt at several trainings. She was working as a social worker. Jody was very attention-seeking, a little bit of challenging the presenter, which kind of sends the message that the real expert would be Jody.
She went to work for LDS Family Services, which was the Mormon Church's official therapist group.
That's just a clip from the 2020. We even got DeLynn in there talking about her job. We got him saying several trainings. She says John shows up to one training, but then he says several on this show. Listen again.
Encountered Jody Hildebrandt at several trainings. She was working.
Several trainings. And he's making it sound like they were in the trainings together. Why did he pay so much attention to her behavior in these trainings? Why was he focused on her behavior so much so that he remembers it? Fair question. It's rather convenient that Lauren happens to be where all these controversial Mormon tales take place.
Did I ask them to do that?
Just a little wild. He hasn't talked about it on his show.
Jeepers!
What do you guys think of that? Listen to her again and her giddiness.
My dream is coming true. I'm in a happy marriage.
A reporter where?
In St. George, in Hildale, Colorado City. So I'm reporting from my old station in Salt Lake City as their correspondent in St. George. And the irony about reporting to St. George too, you know, Lori and Chad Daybell are getting married during that, or meeting during that time in St. George.
Lori and Chad Daybell are getting married, or meeting, I mean, at that time in St. George.
Ski, Utah.
She's all giddy about it.
St. George too, you know, Lori and Chad Daybell.
I mean, what is that? The eyebrows up, the smile. There's a lot hidden. I agree, Brooke.
Are getting married during that, or meeting during that time in St.
She's so excited. It's so bizarre.
George, Jody Hildebrandt.
Wait, while you're
is
there?
doing therapy. Yeah.
Jody Hildebrandt is doing therapy. CH, he had moved to St. George to start his equine camp therapy. They both seem hyper focused on competition and hold a sense of superiority. He was hoping to push her out.
Yeah.
You were there?
I didn't know. I didn't see it, but I was there. I wish I had known.
The you were there is pretty cringy. Look at her. She's like, yeah, I was there. I was there. Yeah.
During that, or meeting during that time in St. George, Jody Hildebrandt.
Wait, while you're
is
there?
doing therapy. Yeah. Yeah.
You were there?
I didn't know. I didn't see it, but I was there. I wish I had known. It'd been the biggest story ever covered.
No, that's serendipitous.
Yeah.
That you were literally physically in St. George.
When they were meeting, and Jody Hildebrandt's doing therapy. John shows up at, you know, a training with her. He can't get work in St. George because it's going to Jody.
Oh my goodness.
You know, and I'm also learning just the secrets that are in St. George and this sort of vault that it is. Like I have now reported throughout Idaho and Utah. And I will tell you,
all over
there are more secrets in St. George, Utah than any other place.
I encountered Jody Hildebrandt at several trainings. She was working as a social worker. Jody was very attention-seeking. A little bit of challenging the presenter, you know, which kind of sends the message that the real expert would be Jody.
She went to work for LDS Family Services.
I think that's interesting, too. She went to work for LDS Family Services, and John worked for some family services, too. Lifestar? Oh, that's so nice. Mabel says, I stayed and helped Trisha get to her goal. What was her goal? See, she really shouldn't have been so mean. That was our little palate cleanser. I released that for members this morning. I'll drop it for everybody else. It's pretty telling, though. Yeah, the bishops were recommending her, right? But she sure stood out to him. He's like, yeah, she would challenge the presenters. Sounds like Brian Koberger. How do we know that he wasn't challenging the presenters? And he said several trainings. Oh, for the DNA. Okay, for the Juanita DNA. Oh, awesome. She can thank me later. Thank you, Rhinestone, for your super chat. She asks, do you think that when Lauren interrupts him, He feels like she's challenging the presenter. Yes. I do. 100%. Challenging him, disrespecting him.
Because ultimately, when you look at punishment here too, like, what are you going to do with a 95-year-old offender that's demented?
Well, that's what's a little bit shocking too. And I want to go back to the demented thing because I actually have questions about the dementia and what
he doesn't know
I could have done. But you asking, what do you do? She's right now being held at Rikers without bail. And that's notoriously like a bad prison.
What about Richard Allen and where he was held pre-trial? That's a bad prison. What about where Richard Allen was held?
So a 95-year-old woman who indeed all evidence points to her being a violent murderer now,
right?
But do we hold a 95-year-old woman with dementia at a notoriously horrendous prison without bail? Is that what we do? I don't know.
Right? It raises again. This case is such an outlier. It raises so many questions, not only about why this happened, the crime itself, which I think I'm developing some hypotheses about. I don't know her past at all, but yeah, what about punishment? What do you do with a 95-year-old who's apparently has some dementia? I don't know how severe it is, but some dementia, right? Like, putting her at Rikers really isn't going to solve this problem. I mean, we're not gonna put her up at the Four Seasons Hotel, right? But like, I don't know.
Nor are we going to let her stay at a nursing home with, other roommates, right?
Right.
But
clearly, she has to be isolated from any other people. But I mean, on the other hand, putting her in solitary confinement in a women's prison isn't going to solve a lot of problems either. It'll certainly. I mean, if you do that, you're going to expedite her death.
Why is he talking about this?
Is going back to dementia. You say that she could have felt threatened. Could the dementia add to that feeling?
She felt threatened. Oh, Lauren.
I am very uncomfortable sitting here.
You said she felt threatened.
For sure. Yeah, for sure. Because with dementia, you're not going to process information the same way. With dementia, I mean, again, I don't know. There's so many different types of dementia, and there's different parts of the brain it's going to impact. The part of the brain that I would be most interested in, and a forensic psychologist would be interested in, would be the frontal lobes. The part of the brain that's responsible for, like I said, decision making, problem solving. Right, the part of the brain that really
Aquarius. That's what I thought of. Christina with the ankle monitor. Mm-hmm. I like your doggy's spectacles. Are those meta glasses?
You would have the capacity to put on the brakes when you have any types of homicidal impulses or violent impulses, right? If there's anything that's going to stop it, it's going to have to be that part of the brain.
Lee,
so if that part of the
brain's
impaired,
but he knows nothing.
Like it may have been with Shane Tamura, it's going to be much more difficult for her if she's feeling rage.
Oh my God!
There's some violent ideation, and again, keep in mind, like
looking
that type of rage and that type of violent ideation, that could be seconds.
Hey, Dolly.
It only takes a moment. It only takes seconds for someone to act out, for someone to have violent ideation, fail to kind of identify it and process it and make sense of it in order to stop it. In other words, put the brakes on the impulses. It just takes seconds for them to act out on the violent ideation. And so dementia, I think there's no doubt dementia plays a role here.
I know.
The question is,
Cheryl,
what is it in her past
that past
led to this, right? Like it seems to me like people want to argue, or one of the attorneys wants to argue it's just the dementia, that, you know, demented people just have these rageful moments where they act out and there's nothing you can do about it, right? But that's not really true. I mean, every violent crime, almost every violent crime, I mean, there might be a few really outlier exceptions that are like extreme outliers, but almost every violent crime, in order to get to the place where you take a foot pedal off a wheelchair and you bludgeon your roommate repeatedly to death.
Aquarius, it's cute.
That takes some effort, by the way. It's not that easy to murder. I mean, I've never done it, thankfully, but my understanding is, talking to many homicide detectives, is it's.
How many homicide detectives have you talked to? The one that boinked your wife? Ooh, did I say that out loud? Oh shit, I did.
My understanding is, talking to many homicide detectives, is
he looks right at her too. And she's got her lips closed. That, you know what that means in body language? It means they want to say something, or something's coming out that they don't want. So they're holding their words back. And that's why they suck their lips in like that. I learned that with Chris Watts. Chris Watts sucked his lips in too. Yeah, they're totally trying to set the stage, dude. This is wild.
It's not that simple to like just murder someone, especially if you're 95 years old and you have a foot pedal. You have to have some strength to do that.
Right.
And
Lori G.
There's some rage here. People just don't become totally enraged.
I know.
And then murder someone. There's some rage here, and the question is, where is that coming from? It's coming from somewhere.
The call is coming from inside the house.
Almost every violent crime involves some type of violent ideation. That part of my job, by the way, is to track that and to try to backtrack and kind of figure out where's that violent ideation.
Oh, because when you went over the pedo, you didn't look at his past history, you freaking quack. I got a soundbite. Nancy has words for you, John. Nancy Grace has some words for you, because you are a freaking quack.
If it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's a duck.
Oh my God. This guy is just something else.
To backtrack and try to figure out where's that violent ideation coming from. Is it situational? In other words, is it something that maybe Nina did or said that provoked something in the
cut
offender?
Me off 5 years
it doesn't
ago,
really
rage?
matter. It's still murder, but like, or is it something more permanent? Is it something to do with her personality? Does she have
personality conflict?
Does this roommate Galena have a history of violence? Does she have a history? Has she assaulted other people?
What? Oh my God, Lauren, you look like a fucking mannequin. Remember the movie from the 80s, The Mannequin? Remember the mannequins in the window? Look at, she's a mannequin.
Does she have no empathy, right? Like, is she coming into that room?
Right.
This is before the 9
coming
hour.
into that room with a history of violence and even, let's say, psychopathy, where she has no remorse, no conscience, right? I don't know. Maybe you're putting a psychopath, a 95-year-old psychopath, in a room with someone.
Psychopathy?
Right.
What?
There's not a lot about Galena. I've been looking, by the way. I'm Googling here, trying to find anything, and it's very difficult. You're right, to find anything.
Oh, kind of like how it is to find anything on John? Because he's scrubbed? Yeah, we've been Googling and we can't find anything. Maybe she's scrubbed like him. Fucking quack job. He is. He's a quack. Sue me. I think he's a quack. I think the majority of you guys do too.
The devil is dancing tonight.
You know.
And so I think this question raises some really interesting issues about female violence and about
Paula,
dementia and about violent ideation and past trauma and how it might get expressed even in a 95-year-old. right? Like you think, oh, she's 95. She doesn't have any energy. Like she's in a wheelchair. How's she going to get out of her wheelchair and have the strength to bludgeon someone to death? Like, and even if she does have a past history of violence, like usually by 95, like you're just trying to make it through the day.
Well, you've even told me the age of offenders when someone gets older.
Yeah.
Since your job is to assess recidivism or risk factor to reoffend, you say the older they get, the less likely they are to reoffend. And so here you have a female that's,
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
95. So
like I said,
it defies all odds.
It defies all odds. If just her age and her gender being female alone, if you told me, John, what are the odds before this? If you told me, John, what are the odds of a 95-year-old female murdering her roommate in a nursing home, I'd say low, like really very, like I said, like 1/1000th of 1% or something. I mean, just
this guy's talking out of his ass.
Just ridiculously low because even with men, like a 95-year-old male is going to be really low risk to engage in any type of violence just based on the age alone, even with a history of violence.
Oh my God, they are so concocting, so calculated, makes me sick.
Yeah.
And so again, like this is just so mind-boggling, and for me.
Why are you laughing though? Like that's awkward. It's sad as fuck. What do you mean it's mind-boggling? You're mind-boggled because you're being lied to and cheated on, in my opinion. There you go.
Me, I don't know. It's almost surreal. Like this is not the type of crime that. It's certainly not the norm. It's not the type of crime that I would ever really be able to predict or foresee because it's so bizarre.
Totally, Kresha.
Right.
I do want to end here with a couple of quotes from this book, by the way. So I think she makes some interesting points.
Quotes from the book
are worth repeating. This is from A Love That Kills by Anna Motz. Page 11.
Yeah, I remember Trisha did that, Nana.
Quote, "We need to recognize the particular dynamics of female violence. What drives women to acts of extreme and unusual brutality, and what can be done both to provide individuals with treatment and to draw collective lessons. To look away from violent women is also to look away from the abuse of women and girls."
Oh my God, look at her face. Look at her. She feels vindicated. Oh my God. This is all part of the plan. She's been working on the script with Grayson. She's like, there, how about that?
And the misogyny of a society that wishes either to patronize women as helpless victims or to condemn them as heartless monsters. It is to deny women's agency, bury the trauma that drives violent women to appalling acts, and to ignore the social context that enabled their original abusers. We need to break the taboo of women's violence, making it easier for those who are grappling with dark impulses and the legacies of abuse to seek support. Unquote. I think that's a brilliant quote that summarizes,
unquote,
potentially summarizes a lot of what we're talking about.
Yeah.
She also says
Kresha, you're
this.
cracking me up.
She in this book, she later talks about her feelings of so her job is to work with female offenders, primarily violent offenders mostly. And here's what she says, summing up kind of her own feelings about it. She says, quote,
her
feelings about working with this group.
Holy smokes. Chris Riley. The dogs
Happy New Year, Jay. Love your channel.
Thank you so much, Chris. That's so generous of you. The dogs even say thank you. Wow, thank you so much. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you. I know Christmas is past, but I hope you had a great holiday. Thank you again for your generosity. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. The dogs say thank you as well.
Quote, it can be difficult to reconcile my feelings about women who embody the contradiction of being both a victim and a perpetrator of terrible abuse. Many are angry, aggressive, and intimidating, but in equal parts frightened, vulnerable, and traumatized. I think that also speaks to this issue, right? That there's this, you've got these competing, you've got this pull or these competing emotions surrounding how to handle these women, how to work with them, how to address them. So not only the people working with them, in this case, animats, but also the feelings that the women themselves have, the offenders themselves. They're equal parts aggressive and, right, they're equally parts aggressive and vulnerable, right? Like,
what? This is horrible. He's really stumbling. This is really bad. Who the fuck's Anna Mons? Cheryl, she's got the mots. I need JLR right now.
They're equal parts aggressive and, right, they're equally parts aggressive and vulnerable.
There you go.
Right? Like,
and vulnerable.
It's in many ways, and this is something we talk about a lot, in many ways, it's the vulnerability that drives them to some degree. It's that according to her, the vulnerability and the trauma that drives them to engage in the violence later on when they reach kind of a tipping point and their pain and suffering, they believe that their pain and suffering has to be addressed or expressed in a way that makes sense to them.
Wow. Hold on. Thank you, Pretty Insane. She said, Happy New Year, Jay. Thanks for the awesome researching and streams. Thank you, Pretty Insane, and Happy New Year to you as well. His attitude towards women is an insult to Cooters. I agree. He's awful. He is a misogynist. Is that what they call it? Misogynistic. And this is Patreon, yes. You guys want a little palette cleanser for Mott's? You want to do a Mott's palette cleanser? I always have little tidbits of shit. Let's do a little palette cleanser. Are you ready? We'll do it after we celebrate Chandelier's 5 months in Cooterville. Thank you. Feels like common sense, Doctor. Yawn. Thank you so much, Chandelier. Happy New Year to you. Let's do a little palette cleanser. For the Mott's, for Ann Mott's. Let's see.
25 lawsuits. 25 lawsuits. 25 lawsuits. And you could go see yourself. It just keeps going on and on. And his wife, look, his wife been sued.
Wait till the end.
In debt. Just keeps going on. Look, him and his wife sued in debt. Banks, financial institutions, churches, default judgments. Tony Matthias. I told you I got the receipts. Tulsa County, all over Tulsa. Look, he used to have a business he called himself Game Time Sports. Game Time Sports. Failed companies. Not only that, but failed companies. Look, independent school district sued Tony Matthias. Literally, a school district for trademark infringement.
Wait till the end.
They were scheming. They were using some sort of school, independent school district. We'll talk about that. Look at this. Castle Realty suing Tony Matthias and his wife. Forcible entry and detainer. Yeah, they are old, but they do go back into the teens in the last 20 years. It just shows character here. Considering that this man is currently under investigation for providing money to people to harass the prophets. Look, it just keeps going. It just keeps going. Look at this. Receipts, receipts. I got the deets and the receipts. I got the Mott's. I got the Mott's applesauce.
I couldn't fast forward in a short, so I had to play the whole thing.
I got the Mott's, folks. It just keeps
I got the Mott's applesauce. Oh, shit.
25 lawsuits.
Oh, man. JLR, he's a hoot. I'm so sorry, Purple Ivy. It's a horrible disease. JLR. I got the Mott's, y'all. I got the Mott's applesauce.
So when I hear this story, you know,
he's not. Julie.
Again, it's a head scratcher. I'm sure a lot of our Patreon members probably haven't heard this story.
There's that ring. Hold on. Can we get the ring and the tongue in one frame? I wonder if we can.
That a lot of our Patreon members probably haven't heard this story.
Cut his mic.
I missed 2 members. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Sin. I'm falling behind. Oh, Ski Utah joined. Ren, thank you for joining today. Ski Utah, my friend. And Chris, thank you for also becoming a member. Thank you for your generous super chat and becoming a member. That is really, really nice of you and very generous. I appreciate that support.
And yet, like, when I heard it, my first thought was, what? Like, did that really happen? Are you sure? Is that like an urban legend? Like, what happened there, right? But it's real. It's very real.
Urban legend?
Very, very real. And again, I think it
very
really
real. True crime is true, folks.
Raises so many interesting questions about female violence and how we handle it in our society. How do we punish a 95-year-old demented female that engaged in this horrific act? Right? What's a fair punishment here? Is it to put her in solitary in a prison, or is it to put her in kind of a restrictive psychiatric nursing home facility or something along those lines? I don't know, right?
I know he needs a Snickers.
It's a tough one.
Yeah, very tough. But yeah, no bail. That's a tough one. It really is.
No bail. That's what they wanted for Christina. No bail. They wanted her to go to prison. You heard it, folks, in the body cam. Prison for 5 years for each count of texts that she never shared. Incidences where she wasn't even there.
Clearly, she's
acting scared. Look at her.
You have to isolate her. I think there's no question about that.
How is that was difficult. Yeah. How is it? I feel like I haven't caught up to you. It's October 1st. Can I tell you a little bit about my goals, personal goals for October?
Personal goals?
Or no? Okay. Was this bad timing? I mean,
that's you want to talk about that on Patreon?
She put him on the spot again. Sounds to me like she doesn't want to have this conversation in person. So she's forcing him to have it on Patreon. He's like, you sure you want to do this on Patreon? What in the world do you keep barking at, girl? They're so excited about something. What is it? What is it? She's talking to you guys. There's a dog barking outside. Sorry about that. Seems like she's putting him on the spot.
Or no,
Okay.
was this bad timing? I mean, that's
you want to talk about that on Patreon? I don't know.
well, I mean, it's the behind the scenes, right? So
I guess it's you know, okay. It's some of the few times that we get to really catch up sometimes during the day, but yeah.
yeah, well, and we like to share what's going on with our wonderful subscribers. So I was just looking back on September, and I was talking to Grayson about where I sort of fell flat. And by the way, you weren't there, as you said you want to get back to work. You weren't really.
Quite the subject change. Ski Utah skier 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 skier.
Oh my God, I was muted again. Sorry. Look at him. He's like, no, I don't want to talk about this. She's like, oh, I do. He's like, I'm not happy with this right now. This was October 1st. So this was after CrimeCon, after the first RO hearing, but before the 9-hour live. I keep forgetting I'm muted because I keep muting for the dog. Sorry.
Back to work. You weren't really around in September. You were around, but not on YouTube.
You were around, but not on YouTube.
I've had a limited presence on our channels for the last month. That's true. There's been a lot going on behind the scenes.
Correct. And we're going to do the behind the scenes, not behind the scenes. So
yeah, right.
There's the behind, and
the behind is coming in 2 weeks.
Then there's the behind. Well, maybe we'll share more later. But no, I just I was frustrated with some of Hidden's work this last month, which consists of my work because you were not around. So it's just me and trying to figure out what it is that's bothering me. And you and I are always asking, how do we make sure we stay with what Hidden is about? Like, that's always our goal. Whenever I feel a little off track, I was like, but what is Hidden True Crime? What?
You haven't been around. More like it sounds like you haven't been around. Yeah, this was after the first hearing.
What are we trying to do here? And, you and I came with no business plan at all. But the one thing I'm proud of us for doing is we did come with the idea of Hidden True Crime. And Hidden True Crime.
What just happened right there? Was that my computer or was that her?
How do we
Happy New Year,
sure
Purple.
we stay with what Hidden is about? Like, that's always our goal. Whenever I feel a little off track, I was like, but what is Hidden True Crime? What are we trying to do here? And, you and I came with no business plan at all. But the one thing I'm proud of us for doing is we did come with the idea of Hidden True Crime. And while Hidden True Crime has evolved, we always try to just hone in on what Hidden True Crime is about, which is about hidden motives, about what is hidden. This episode. But there are some other subtle things about what Hidden True Crime is. And so what I think I was missing in September is connecting. So
What?
That's also what hidden is. And this really is like, this is like honestly a conversation I had with Grayson this morning. You don't know. That's why I was like, I need to tell you. So I might as well just tell you here. And
oh, he's not happy. She had this conversation with Grayson first. Did you see his face? Oh, this is really telling.
And this really is like, this is like honestly a conversation
Watch
I
his
had
face
with Grayson this morning. You don't know. That's why I was like,
he even went like, eh. He like growled. This just got really strange.
I was missing in September is connecting. So that's also what hidden is. And this really is like, this is like honestly a conversation I had with Grayson this morning. You don't know. That's why I was like, I need to tell you. So I might as well just tell you here. And,
okay. I kind of see what's going on here. So earlier, do you remember she said, let's talk about goals? And he said, really, you want to do this on a Patreon? It sounds to me like her and Grayson already figured out the goals and they just are going to fill him in on what his part is and he's feeling left out. And she does not, for some reason, want to meet up with him and like have this conversation. Because she's like, I haven't told you this yet. She's avoiding face to face. Well, remember, he told her that the son doesn't need this. That was on the body cam, remember? Thank you so much, Mike. You are so generous today. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, thank you. You get what I'm saying, though?
I was missing in September is connecting. So that's also what hidden is. And this really is like, this is like honestly a conversation I had with Grayson this morning. You don't know. That's why I was like, I need to tell you. So I might as well just tell you here. And so October's goal is to connect. I feel like to connect to each one of our listeners. I feel like I'm not connecting. To connect to my script a little bit more because I now have some scripts, you know, that I share crimes. To connect to you. I haven't been connected to you as.
Yikes. You just admitted that you're not connected to your husband in your Patreon?
As much because I've been doing the bulk of the shows on YouTube. We both know that and understand why, but
doesn't seem like he understands, Lauren.
More because I now have some scripts, you know, that I share crimes. To connect to you. I haven't been connected to you as much because I've been doing the bulk of the shows on YouTube. We both know that and understand why, but to connect to our subscribers here, you know, we've been forgive us for being absent. And that's also why I'm deciding to share with you and our you know,
the way
our listeners right now too.
Ooh.
Because I feel like that's part of
the way
maybe
he's
what
looking
I
at
was
her.
missing this last month is connecting. And so when I was trying to figure out what I was frustrated with when it came to
damn microphone cover,
sort of our episodes last month, and look, they were I'm proud too. So we worked really, really hard last month.
Thanks,
but
Kevin.
I think it's connecting. So I wanted to share that with you, that moving forward into October this month, I just want to connect. And I also remember in some of our first episodes, you brought up the quote, only connect. And it's more than Wi-Fi, everybody. It's more than Wi-Fi.
Like connections? Ooh. So is there some kind of ultimatum like our son doesn't need this, you need to leave unless you're going to just leave this behind or something like that? Like, this is really strange, huh?
Yeah,
which was actually our problem last night because we were going to record this Patreon last night and we couldn't connect to Wi-Fi. But
that's an irony. Only connect except last night when my Wi-Fi didn't work.
He ain't happy about last night. They were going to record last night. She ain't been home, y'all. She ain't been home. It's not like she got up in the morning and went over to Grayson's. Grayson went and got her a Dutch Brothers and a fucking sandwich. And then this motherfucker said in the other one that he got up about the scorpion. Remember? He got stung by the scorpion. I think he lured her home with that. I think that was a lie. When they were on the phone, he's like, I thought it was a leaf, but it was a scorpion. Yikes.
That's an irony. Only connect except last night when my Wi-Fi didn't work.
Yes. So
yeah, that you're right. In one of our first episodes ever, I mentioned the quote by E.M. Forster, and
what?
It's when you think about it, so I like that analysis. When you think about it, if you're thinking about what really matters in life, and I guess we're going to go a little deep here, but if you boil what matters the most down to its essence, it's obviously relationships and connecting to people and listening to people and loving people and having people in your life that matter and make a difference. And for us, I feel like we've grown our channel and our Patreon slowly but surely, and I feel like the people that stay around and are committed to us, they understand that we really appreciate them and we want to connect to them. And I feel like you're right. I feel like, for me at least, I feel like Christmas that has been missing, and I do want to feel, I always want to feel like we're doing authentic work. And that authenticity, that authenticity and that honesty leads to connection.
Honesty.
And so you'll never see us trying to grow too rapidly or because that's not how we do it. We want every person that follows us or joins us to feel connected, and we want to feel connected to them.
Yeah.
Why are you talking about not growing organically? Is that because you're worried that the fact that you buy subs and views might come out? Hold on, let's hear that again. I think that was some leakage about buying views and subs.
That has been missing, and I do want to feel, I always want to feel like we're doing authentic work. And that authenticity and that honesty leads to connection. And so you'll never see us trying to grow too rapidly or because that's not how we do it. We want every person that follows us or joins us to feel connected, and we want to feel connected to them.
Yeah. And I think, thank you. Exactly. And I think I'm finding a balance right now between.
Yeah, it's clean. Our podcast.
You and I always say we're the tortoise and the hare. That matters to us. We don't care. We're the tortoise and the hare. And we always want to do quality work over quantity if there's ever a choice. And for me, I'm finding the fine boundary between, because my job is often the breaking news of what we cover and what we follow.
Breaking news from Lauren.
I'm just working on how to cover breaking news and when and how, and it's more of a feeling like I want to get it out there. So that's quantity, right? Like I want to get it out there. I want to get it out there fast. But I don't want to sacrifice quality, and I want to make sure that whatever it is I'm getting out there quickly, I'm still connecting. And so so I knew you'd get that. And it's a feeling. It's a feeling. And authenticity, I think that's something too. Like I actually came on this Patreon without
I have never had to sit here and say, I run Jay is for Justice and Every Day with Jay with authenticity. Because you know why? My authenticity speaks for itself. You don't have to tell people you're a good person. Your behavior speaks for itself. You don't have to tell people you're a nice person. The behavior speaks for itself. All of these things are common sense that don't need to be spoken. When someone has to tell you they're nice, they're probably not. If someone has to tell you they're honest, they're probably not.
My mic or my high def camera, I'm sitting in a little Nest chair. I'll show everyone. No nice audio today.
What are you
but
doing?
That's not what authenticity is anyway, right? Does that help us be professional? Should we do that? Yeah.
Ashley Banfield is actually still on News Nation until January this month. She has a deal with News Nation. She actually is going to do better because she's YouTube. She's doing her YouTube, and they're going to use her content in their shorts feed. So Ashley Banfield is rocking it.
Should I maybe got on my mic today? Yeah. But yeah, I want to be authentic, and that's what I want to focus on, and to connect with you and each one of our gems, each one of our subscribers.
He won't look at her. I want to connect with you. I know you're mad at me, but come on, John, this is my way because I don't apologize. I want to reconnect with you. I don't want to lose you. I know I did wrong.
No nice audio today. But that's not what authenticity is anyway, right? Does that help us be professional? Should
yes,
we do
so
that? Yeah.
Lindsay.
Should I maybe got on my mic today? Yeah. But
yes,
yeah, I want to be authentic, and that's what I want to focus on.
Why do you have to focus on being authentic? Authenticity doesn't take focus. You're either authentic or you're not. So you think you're focusing on authenticity by putting it out there before this stupid 9-hour live that no one believes. Just so you know, no one's buying your story.
To connect with you and each one of our gems, each one of our subscribers. Yeah. So, and yeah, do more of these behind the scenes and let people know the conversations we're having. And so, Grayson, who's here in this right with me right now, she can attest. I had this I was actually processing a few of my last scripts, and I just.
Oh, you were processing a few of your last scripts for the 9-hour, huh? Dude, his face says everything. Everything.
Yeah, so that's it. So connect, and goes back to what he said, only connect.
I'll tell a couple of quick stories too before we go, but
do it, lady.
Sometimes Lauren and I don't agree on everything, and
what are you saying?
Yeah, can you believe that? So
married.
running a business together, being married, raising a child together, making business decisions, making parental decisions, making marital decisions, making every decision together, and being around each other all the time. You know, sometimes that can lead to disagreements, and
what are you talking about?
Yeah, and but when we disagree, I think that's something you will say frequently is just to remember. You'll say only connect, which reminds us that none of it is important, right? Like at the end of the day, connecting is more important than anything else. And at the end of the day, we have each other, we have our family.
You might like him better if you slept together.
And we have that foundation, and it really
that will scare somebody.
Sustains us. Another quick story is when I told a version of that story in one of our initial podcasts that we've used that phrase for many years. We had a listener who we have gotten to know over the years who was so touched by that it's a male, by the way, oddly enough. We have more female listeners than male listeners, but he was so touched by that he actually put that on his business card and he sent it to us, and it was really quite.
Who was that? Joe Schmo?
It was really quite moving.
Oh, he was moved by this male listener who put that on their business card. Shut up.
My camera just went out. Oh, here we go.
I can see you. Yeah, I can see you.
Okay.
I am very uncomfortable sitting here.
So my camera blacked out for a minute there, so I disconnected. Look at that. I thought my Wi-Fi disconnected.
Ugh. You two are just
Connected
insufferable.
Us. You try to connect, but you keep running into walls. Like, I want to connect. I can't.
Whoa. I've never seen this side of John. He's very animated. He's very animated right now. She's got him all worked up.
So I disconnected. Look at that. I thought my Wi-Fi disconnected us. You try to connect, but you keep running into walls. Like, I want to connect. I can't. Why do people keep running in? Why do I keep running into connection walls? This person put only connect on his business card, and we were really quite moved by it, and it meant a lot to us. And so I think I just want to tell.
That's how he feels when he gets animal fries.
Tell that story because it shows that other people have apparently found that message to be to resonate with them, and we're grateful.
Yeah. Yeah, he did. I remember, and when I was able to meet him in person, and he showed me the card. It was really cool on the back.
Yeah.
Oh, you were able to meet the male in person, and he showed her the card.
Yeah, and he even, I don't know, not too long ago, like within the past year, I think he redesigned the card, but kept that, and he sent me a photo of the card. So I think that's amazing.
Yeah, and I think also again to connect to each one of you.
Hey, jammers.
So thank you for your support. And yeah, behind the scenes, things haven't been super easy. There have been a lot of distractions last month. But connecting here helps. So thank you, everyone.
A lot of distractions in the last few months, but yes.
Yeah. So, and we have each other, we have Grayson, and been connecting to our little boy more too. So, yeah, so that's it.
Wow, that's interesting. After we heard the body cam where she said, my husband said just stay here because my son doesn't need this. She's looking at Gray. He's looking at her.
And, been connecting to our little boy more too.
Connecting to our little boy more too.
So, yeah, so that's it. I'm trying to think what else. Dutch Brothers, they have a new menu, and I decided to try a few of them because we had to know they have a couple slider options. They have egg ham slider and an egg sausage slider, and that chorizo thing I was attempting to eat at the beginning, I gave up.
She's trying to smooth everything over now. She's like, okay, we reconnected. I told him I want to connect to him and the boy, and I'm smoothing it over with the Dutch Brothers talk again.
Not bad. Not bad. Grayson said she really liked the ham and cheese. She didn't try that one. I tried the sausage.
Wow, she's rubbing it in his face that Grayson got a sandwich. He was like, I didn't eat. Oh my God. She's rubbing it in his face, you guys.
Big sausage slider and that chorizo thing I was attempting to eat at the beginning. I gave up. Done. Not bad. Not bad. Grayson said she really liked the ham and cheese. Didn't try that one. I tried the sausage. It was fine. But
he is so mad. Look at his face. He's pissed.
I still like their drinks a lot. The Golden Eagle's my favorite.
She's like, yeah, you don't know my favorite drink, but Grayson does. Grayson remembers my favorite drink, the Golden Eagle. Caw-caw! Caw-caw! Look at him. He's like, fuck. I remember that day. I walked in from Dutch Brothers, and I thought I got her the caramel macchiato. And she said, this is not my favorite. My favorite is the Golden Eagle. He's like, fuck. That was the day it all fell apart. That was the day it all fell apart. And then Grayson got it right. And it's never been the same. I tried the sausage. Okay, let's go back a little bit.
Thing I was attempting to eat at the beginning. I gave up. Done. Not bad. Not bad. Grayson said she really liked the ham and cheese. Didn't try that one. I tried the sausage. It was fine. But I still like their drinks a lot. The Golden Eagle's my favorite. Anyway,
that's
about all I got from you since we talked last night.
Unleash the lawyers.
I just want to end on I just have a final thought here.
Ooh, he's not finding the humor.
When you brought up this is October.
Oh, he's going back to October, you guys. Thank you, Unsolved Amy. We're watching Narcissistic Triangulation in real time. Thank you for your super chat and your insight.
I wasn't sure where you were going to go with that. I mean, obviously you're thinking about the new month, and it's almost the end of the year, right? It's the last 3 months of the year.
Yeah.
But I don't know why I had this odd thought that this is kind of a carryover from the show we did together at our kitchen table about Chad Daybell's prison letters. And
I don't like her smile here. I think she is somehow connected via mails with Chad and Lori. Look at that face. He said Chad's prison letters. She got this shit-eating grin. Thank you, Shar Shar. We've got another cooter chat coming in.
John likes to cut the cheese.
Thank you, Shar Shar. Thank you for using the cooter chat. Oh, boy, this is so telling. He's bringing up the prison letters.
Yeah.
But I don't know why I had this odd thought that this is kind of a carryover from the show we did together at our kitchen table about Chad Daybell's prison letters and how he referenced Van Halen as kind of the music that plays when you're on the stairway to heaven.
Huh? He did.
Correct.
And then I said,
oh my God, hold on.
How he referenced Van Halen.
It's not Van Halen. That's why I had to go back. I'm like, it's Stairway to Heaven is Led Zeppelin, you fucking dork. Go listen to Macklemore, dance around in your fucking skivvies, and throw in the towel because that's not Van Halen. Oh my God. Who thinks Stairway to Heaven is Van Halen? Stop. This is a federal crime. I think he needs to be locked up for 5 years for even saying that.
Silence the lawyers.
As kind of the music that plays when you're on the Stairway to Heaven.
Correct.
And then
Yes.
I said you get the synthesizer on the Stairway to Heaven, and then when you get admitted to Through the Pearly Gates, it actually becomes Jump, which is this really kind of fun like Van Halen song.
Jump is Van Halen. Stairway to Heaven is not, you moron.
Song. So since I played it again for the first time in like 30 years, I think of.
You played it from what? Did you get out your Van Halen album and play Stairway to Heaven? Liar. You're a liar. Dude, you listen to Justin Bieber and Taylor Swift and Macklemore.
Of it is like Jump, but
Hey,
like
Deborah.
Jump for Joy, right? It's supposed to be kind of a joyous song.
Jump for Joy. Oh my God, he's ruining Jump for me. I've never gotten a feeling from the song Jump to Jump for Joy. Maybe that's what you do. Jump for joy. Jump for joy, John.
And I really thought for a moment when you said October, I thought you were going to say that this is going to be Rocktober. There's going to be Rocktober, and we're going to continue to celebrate the Chad Daybell Jump for Joy. I'll call Jump for Joy, the Chad Daybell Van Halen Jump song again for all.
We're going to celebrate Chad Daybell? Why are we celebrating anything with Chad Daybell? This is weird.
That this is going to be Rocktober. There's going to be Rocktober, and we're going to continue to celebrate the Chad Daybell Jump for Joy. I'll call Jump for Joy, the Chad Daybell Van Halen Jump song again for all month, because you know what? That's what I need.
Psychopathy.
That's what I need. This is the only time he's looked at the camera and or smiled like this, like picked his head up and looked at the camera, and it's over Chad Daybell and celebrating Chad. Hidden true fucking cringe. Can you imagine being a victim in hearing this? Kresha? Imagine my arms around you giving you a big hug right now, because there's nothing fucking funny about it. There's nothing to celebrate.
Jump for Joy. I'll call Jump for Joy, the Chad Daybell Van Halen Jump song again for all month, because you know what? That's what I need.
Well, it can be the Rocktober month of connecting.
So can't we just say the Rocktober month of connecting?
Let's not credit that awful human being anymore.
Well, he just did. Too late. He credited Chad Daybell. Thank you, Ark, for being a cooter for 11 months. She says, celebrate this, John. Middle finger up in the air. Long hair swinging, middle finger in the air. I think we'll play that going out today. Let me get that pulled up. Got my long hair swinging, middle finger in the air. What song is that? Kid Rock? Is that Cowboy? Fuck you, John.
Anymore. Let's just credit.
No,
John.
I'm not crediting him. I'm saying that, you know, he introduced some element of joy into my life. So
That's true.
I'll continue to.
He inserted an element of joy into your life? A fucking convicted killer who did child ritual murders? Huh? I got even better song pulled up for our going out song. For my aggressions.
Some element of joy into my life. So
it's true. That's true.
God, why is it skipping?
God, let's not credit that awful, awful human being anymore. Let's just credit.
No, I'm not crediting him. I'm saying that, you know, he introduced some element of joy into my life. So
it's true.
I'll continue to take that and celebrate Rocktober.
I love it.
My dogs say he's evil. She has spoken. You know, dogs pick up on that.
Playing the song Jump. So
and we will connect in Rocktober. And yeah. So you can be Van Halen for Halloween.
How can you be Van Halen for Halloween? Van Halen is a band. I mean, he's big enough to be 4 people. But Van Halen is a band of 4 people. And they didn't sing Stairway to Heaven. You two are a disgrace. And Lauren, you have dandruff on your shirt. Or crumbs from your Cesaro sandwich.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I have a better song. Hold on, let me get it pulled up. This is what's in my mind after listening to him. You guys are going to love it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, the lead singer back then was not Van Halen. It was like, I think his name was David Lee Roth.
None of the singers were Van Halen, moron. The first singer was David Lee Roth. The second singer was Sammy fucking Hagar. None of the singers were Van Halen's. Eddie Van Halen was the guitarist. Ask Trish. Trish, you should cut them off just because of this. Trish met Eddie Van Halen. Trish, I think you're a rock star. You need to cut them off. You need to cut them off right now. They don't fucking know shit.
Is that right? Is he still alive?
Correct.
Is he still alive? You don't have a book that has that in it, do you, Mr. Tongue?
Is he still singing? I don't know. Anyway, so it's a conundrum because would I dress as Van Halen or would I dress as David Lee Roth? Because David Lee Roth, technically, I looked at the old music video and David Lee Roth was like jumping all over the place.
Oh my God. That's Eddie Van Halen. And David, oh my God, I can't stand him.
So it seems like, and the guy could jump.
The guy could jump. Mac Dad'll make you.
Seemed like in the video.
Did you like his little, I bet John liked his tight jeans and the bandanas wrapped around his legs. You remember that, guys? You remember that look? Remember the Eddie Van Halen with the bandanas around his legs? Tight ass jeans? That was the element of joy. I don't want to know where the joy ended up.
Could jump pretty high. So, like, would I go as him? Would I go as Van Halen, like the guitar player? I don't know. Like, it's a conundrum.
You wouldn't go as any of them. You would go as Peter Griffin.
I don't know. Let's skip it.
Let's skip for sure. Let's skip that shit.
We'll just go as a Venus flytrap and a fly. So
a Venus flytrap and a fly? John, are you going to stand for that? Are you going to stand for that? She just wants you to be a fly. Venus flytraps, eat them.
Still haven't done that one.
Yeah, no, I think
also flies sit on shit as well.
I think we're gonna, yeah. I don't know.
Our son's branching off for the first time. We've always done a family costume, which is like mom dreams galore. Like, I love it. And this year he's like, I'm doing Fortnite, whatever.
Yeah, he doesn't want to dress up like with his parents. My God.
You guys do you. Like, we're at that moment in history.
Oh, we're at that moment in history. He's like, how do you know? He's like, how do you know?
Where we're like, but wait, we, could be Charlie Brown and Lucy, no, and Snoopy. No, it's, you guys do you. I got my thing. So we have costumes to figure out. And I think that this might be the first year. Yeah.
This might be the first year what?
And Snoopy. No, it's, you guys do you. I got my thing. So we have costumes to figure out. And I think that this might be the first year. Yeah. Unless I learn about Fortnite and can figure something out. But I think this is it. So we're going to have to come up with our own costume. So.
This is so weird. Did you see her? You're being sassy to him. What in the world? This is wild stuff.
Unless I learn about Fortnite and can figure something out. But I think this is it. So we're going to have to come up with our own costume. So life goes on.
Life goes on.
We'll figure it out.
All right. Well,
all right.
Separate houses. Hold on. These two.
We have costumes to figure out. And I think that this might be the first year. Yeah. Unless I learn about Fortnite and can figure something out. But I think this is it. So.
I think this is it.
We're going to have to come up with our own costume. So life goes on. We'll figure it out.
All right. Well,
all right.
We've gone on a while, so I wish everyone a great Rocktober. Welcome to Rocktober.
Welcome to Rocktober. Only connect. We'll see you guys.
Yeah. Okay. Bye.
Wow. Bye. Like it's a phone call. Angela Adkins, thank you for becoming a cooter today. Welcome in. Thank you for your support.
She says, welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
What do you guys think of that ending? Yeah, what was that? Like wiping away a tear, almost like my tears are gone. This was very telling. So again, this was October 1st. Stairway to Jumptober. This is October 1st. This is after the first hearing, after CrimeCon, but before the 9-hour live. She's mentioned working on scripts. She mentioned revisiting scripts that, made her upset. Either way, llama, they're idiots. They're idiots. No couple costumes. I got the feeling that there's some trouble in paradise for sure. And there was a lot of foreshadowing for the 9-hour stream. We had Grayson mentioned as getting food while he's like, oh, I didn't eat. GS Dog thinks he dismissed her. Who do you think was more dismissive? Let's do a quick poll. Hang on. I want to know who you think was more dismissive of who, or if it was equally dismissive. She was really throwing shit in his face. I mean, that was clear. Okay. Oh, I don't think she has any problem having a doctor to give her Xanax. I mean, she told us in her book that she had Xanax then, and that's why she got fired from the news desk, because she was taking too many Xannies for her anxiety. Maybe she meant this is the first separated Halloween. Oh, I forgot to put Ty. Sorry. You have to choose one. Who was more dismissive? You can't have a tie. You got to pick one. A lot of you are saying Lauren was. She said that her and Grayson were going as a couple, basically, and John was going to dress their son up like him. That's what Queen of Hearts got from it. Interesting. He seemed caught off guard, almost like she said, we've got to get on this now, because they were supposed to do it the night before. So I have a feeling she rushed him. He probably had to get the kid ready for work or school and take the kid to school or whatever, get home, get ready for this. He didn't get a chance to eat. Meanwhile, she's sitting over there, her and Gray are feeding each other sandwiches and having golden eagles. Remember, Lauren went home to trick or treat with Banks. Yes, she didn't really want to. He was forcing her. I think he told her, you come home. She wasn't happy about it. It's kind of sad how he looks at her at the end like he knows he won't see her for a while. Yeah, I don't have any empathy for him, but yeah, he does look sad. He does look like, and she's happy. And he has been separated from the show other than their Patreon. Well, they did do the analyzation of that Reiner guy. He's holding on by a thread. Mavis says no more costumes, no more Santa. She's trying to get this poor kid grown up ASAP. Yeah, she said that her kid was mourning his childhood. That's weird. Grow Mama, I don't think she does. Get your votes in quickly, quickly. I got the sense that he knew she was going to go public with a script and he didn't want her to do this. Oh, that's interesting. I might have to watch this again. When was the bitchy car shopping live? Mama Bear wants to know. Ballet Flats, when was that? I think that was in the summertime. Because that couch was, I think that's when she bought the couch at Home Goods. Thank you for your super chat. Could the kid be moved? I don't think so. I think he's with John. And the reason I say that, hey, Carolina. The reason I say that is because clearly in the body cam, she said, you know, my husband told me to stay here. That my son doesn't need this. No, this is a Patreon live. This is not public. But if anyone would like, I'll upload it to YouTube and send you an unlisted link. If you'd like it, just email me. If you want to review it. She was thinking he'd come home in tight jeans with bandanas. Well, and they were also setting the stage, let's not forget, about how dangerous women, you know, this women on women crime, bringing up this weird elderly crime. It's just, it all was just very, very strange. I believe it was June. Thanks, Ballet Flats. Do you guys want to see that short? Let's revisit it. Let's revisit real quick. This is when she was out buying Gray Bay's couch. And it seemed like Dr. John was mad at her. I got to find it amongst all of my shorts. I have so many short videos. Let's see. Do I have a short where He tells her, oh, is this it?
Yeah, so we missed a $500 flight today. I haven't seen my son because my husband said he doesn't need this, just stay here and deal with this. And
there it is. There it is. What? Hold on. We missed a 500. Yep. There it is.
Yeah, so we missed a $500 flight today. I haven't seen my son because my husband said he doesn't need this, just stay here.
I haven't seen my son. And this was in the summer. Imagine what was going on at the end of September, after CrimeCon, after the first hearing. No, there's no video. Sorry. Let me pull it up. Thank you, AKA the Cat Lady. Loving your channel. You're awesome, Jay. Thank you so much. I got to switch windows. Just give me a sec. I'll pull it up. It was just a little shooketh. Here we go. My husband said he doesn't need this. You just stay there.
Yeah, so we missed a $500 flight today. I haven't seen my son because my husband said he doesn't need this, just stay here and deal with this. And,
what? Hold on. We missed a $500 flight today, and I haven't seen my son because my
husband said
he
doesn't need this, just stay here.
He doesn't need this. Stay here. So basically, hold on. John told her, our son doesn't need this. Stay there, meaning at Grayson's. Did you hear that? Wow. Did you hear that? John said he don't need this shit. My husband said stay there. Oh, he says stay away.
Yeah, so we missed a $500 flight today.
Ski Utah's in the chat.
My husband said
you guys are hilarious.
Ski Utah. Stay here and deal with this. And we're gonna start picking up the pieces. And you're right, can't control.
Oh wow, you have let this ruin your life. You've let this ruin your life. Yikes. Okay, let's find that one. Thank you for your super chats. I missed it. The Cat Lady, chances they're going to try criminal conspiracy next. I think they're setting the stage for it. I sure do. I don't think it's going to go anywhere. If I email you, yes, Lindsay, yes. Just tell me which ones you want. Okay, let's find the shopping. Let's go shopping with Lauren's bad attitude. And let's go buy her a new attitude. Here she is. Eminem's mom.
So, there you go. That's the latest. I'm out and about spending a little bit of money that John, thank goodness he just let me know that I need to slow down on my purchases. But I'm over here shopping. And this came down while I was in Home Goods, if I'm going to be honest, looking at some furniture that I'm not going to buy. Don't worry, Dr. John. Don't worry, babe.
Thank you, Mama Bear. We found it at the same time that you sent that. Thank you.
So, there you go. That's the latest. I'm out and about spending a little bit of money that John, thank goodness he just let me know that I need to slow down on my purchases. But I'm over here shopping. And this came down while I was in Home Goods, if I'm going to be honest, looking at some furniture that I'm not going to buy. Don't worry, Dr. John. Don't worry, babe.
Ski Utah.
Ooh, she is sassy. All right, let's see. Did you guys vote in the poll? Oh, this is one of my favorites. You guys got to check out my shorts feed. I'm telling you, it's so worth it. I said, ooh. was supposed to go on a vacation. No, Shauna. She had a vacation planned. She decided not to go on vacation because she got anxiety. So her poor kid missed out on vacation. You want to see Megan? Here's Megan.
Please don't allow bullies to pull you into their drama. It can be a little enticing and exciting to think when you have a mutual enemy, that's human nature. All of us kind of get a little rush of energy when we think that might be the case. Oh no, it's a scandal. And so it's tempting. I get it. It's tempting to want to buy into that. It's tempting in the worst parts of our human nature to want to participate in it. But part of what I wanted to talk about here is the idea that people can unwittingly get pulled into this kind of drama, and they can become part of the problem without even realizing it. Joe was kind enough to take some pictures. I took some videos as well. Like, we were all trying to help solve the problem. Please don't allow bullying.
Priceless. Should we remind everybody of what she did at JJ's thing with the 144 roses?
My name is Dr. John Matthias. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist. All told, in the last 25 years, I've probably done between 500 and 600 evaluations. Chad's vision was that there will be an apocalypse. The people that are righteous survive, and that there were 144,000 chosen ones who would be saved, and that they would ride out the storm until the New Jerusalem was established and carry on the work of God into eternity.
Wants to offer a gift or a donation to JG and Tylee in their memory. This, by the way, from our Hidden Gems. Everyone, and then to our Hidden Gems. Again, I just want to share this incredible community effort. These flowers. So 144 roses, by the way.
And that there were 144,000 chosen ones who would be saved.
From our Hidden Gems. And then a beautiful framed flowers as well. Everything on the stage was donated by Hidden True Crime Gems, as well as Annie Elise with 10 to Life YouTube channel.
My name is Dr.
Horrible. Why would you do that? And he's talking about celebrating Chad Daybell, and Chad Daybell putting an element of, did he say joy? Did he say joy to his life? Unbelievable. All right, guys. Thank you, Hospice Jess. I think she meant that she and the kid can't have matching outfits anymore. Oh, possibly. Still seems like there's trouble in paradise. Kentucky Hun, thank you for becoming a member today. Let's welcome you into Cooterville.
She says, welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
John said he couldn't fly, but they were going to fly. Oh, that's another contradiction. Yep. During the 9-hour live, she denied streaming from the memorial. Oh, well, then let me play one more. Since you said that, let's see what she did to Kay.
I always try to embrace change and to...
Oops, wrong one. In this video, I'm going to walk you through a clip that Lauren Matthias took at the memorial for JJ and Tylee. That is JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan. This is what now, she does, there's y'all. more going on here than what we saw in my live stream earlier, than her just, bum rushing up on Kay. I think that she saw Kay come into the room and targeted her on purpose. Let's walk through the video together. First, you're going to see Lauren walk into this room where the memorials are set up with all of the mementos of JJ and Tylee. And I'm going to show you the exact moment where I think she spots Kay Woodcock in the room.
Oh, and I just met a hidden gem here, everyone.
Thanks, Susan.
I'm keeping your privacy, but I'll come say hi.
Caw. She has spotted Kay Woodcock. Now watch what she does next. If you don't know what caw is,
Kim?
it's a tragedy vulture.
Huh? I'll come say hi in just a minute.
Oh, she'll talk to her in just a minute because she's got to go exploit Kay first.
Oh, yay. It's beautiful.
Here she is pretending she didn't see Kay, panning around to the other tables. She knows damn well what she's going to do and what she plans on doing. Here she goes in for the kill.
Oh, the flowers are beautiful. Thank you again to Hidden Gems. Oh, and I saw there was one from a Facebook group too.
Even though this is her second live of the day, she's so interested in this Facebook group bouquet that was sent. So much so that she's got to get right over Kay's shoulder.
She wants to see who
and
Kay's
invade
FaceTiming.
her space.
I'll show you.
Been following this. They're called 50 Shades of Guilty.
And that's Kay right there.
Kay's daughter, Kresha, informed me that Kay was FaceTiming her son, Todd, who is JJ's dad, and showing him these arrangements. This is so intrusive.
Mabel, it's funny, like Animal Planet. Do you guys like me when I narrate them?
These
like this?
exploitive moments are not few and far between for Lauren Matthias in Hidden True Crime. You can find moments like this in almost all of their videos where they're exploiting, getting into the personal space or personal lives of victims. This needs to stop. In this video...
So yeah, that gives you just a little background. But again, I want to remind everybody, this isn't drama. This is real. All of this, the stuff about Christina, all of the friends, the victims, all of them. So it's time to get in our Cooter DeVille. It's time for me to go for the day. I will see you guys tomorrow. But you guys have a good rest of your night. Let's get in the Cooter DeVille.
A Cooter DeVille. I think the devil drives a Cooter DeVille. I saw the dreadlocks over the hill. Not against her will. I got time to kill way down in Cootersville. Okay.
I've got a song. This is dedicated to John Matthias, Dr. Tongue. I hope you guys will stick around for the credits because we got lots of new Cooters, and I want you guys to see your names on the screen. So let's dance it out, guys. If you haven't hit the thumbs up, please do. Beans, be gone.
It's like this. Let's see.